Um, Smells like Up Gamer in here. That sounded much funnier in my head. I was thinking of this. I was thinking of Up Gamer on the bus coming back to my residence. I was chuckling to myself and saying, "This is quite funny." But then I said it. I'm like, "Oh my god, what did I just say?" Yeah, it sounds like Up Gamer. Hi everyone. Hello. Um, I I hope you are all well. Hi. Yes. What's up, gamer? This is it. This is how it goes. I was like thinking of like all the what's ups that like one can do kind of in these cases, um, and like the one that comes to mind first is like saying smells like up bug in here, but that's kind of me, I guess. And I like that sounds. I don't know. I was like that sounds somewhat conceited. I'm like, what are adjectives that can universally describe like probably the majority of individuals who would tune in to twitch.tv/ big book of bug, and I was like, gamer, this is kind of it, you know. I think we're all, you know, I think that we're all gamers of some stripes. I don't know. I was thinking Weevil as well. Like I've been really into Weevils lately, right? Like okay, we have to talk about this. We have to talk about this. This is kind of imperative. Here, can I go to the, can I go to the to the screen? Can I go to um where is where's OBS? Where's OBS? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. No, that says women. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. We are there. We are there. Let me say hi to everybody. Hello to Niche Penguin and Control O and A squared as well. And here, where do we? And then A squared as well and Control O and Niche Penguin again. And then that goes on for some amount of time, and then we say hello to a Bridgewater as well, and hello to FDR underscore XD. Greetings to each Lisp alien here. Oh, I like this. I'm a fan of this. I really like the Lisp alien a lot. I I was like, what is this thing? Whenever I first saw them, it's an alien. It's very cool. Oh, Zorbot is dead. Oh no, that's terrifying. Uh, uh, Thank you for the follow. My Twitch is low key fucked, so it won't tell me who's. Oh, thank you again. My Twitch is low key fucked, so it's not telling me what these are. Oh, it was me. Thank you for the follow, LG, and also hello. Um, I was thinking it was the Weevils. Okay, so we gotta talk about the Weevils a little bit, right? Like this has been in my mind a lot. All right, I woke up this morning thinking about these guys. Have you ever heard of the New Zealand giraffe weevil? Oh, thank you as well, FDR underscore XD. I'm hoping to get like I don't I still need to work on it a lot because or not even a lot. I need to work on the last little bits, but the what is it? Actually making the whole event sub thing not messed up and horrible so that I could like see whenever there are occurrences. We're kind of still in the process of this. It is oh, thank you as well, LG, for subscribed at tier one. Hell yeah, thank you. All right, well, uninstall GHCI. Oh no, it's over. I don't think I have GHCI like installed as a thing. Do I? Is this? Yeah, not found. Okay, it just lives inside of the folders, I guess. Haskell January is kind of over. And well, I don't. It seems like Fade has not arrived yet, so I can say I've been doing Haskell still quite a bit, just because I need to get this finished. Or this is kind of like can we actually qualify that here? But like, no longer Haskell January, right? But like, we're still doing kind of like Haskell, you know? Like this is sort of, I've been doing so much Haskell still because I'm sort of, you know, this is sort of like a, I'd say like Paradise Lost type situation. I'm bound to my creation the same way that it is beholden to me. You know, we're both responsible for one another, and my work has yet to be complete. So, I must return. You know, not or how's it go? I must return, but with a sword or something. But the sword is just like programming. It's kind of functional February low key. It's kind of functional February. I've been thinking of this like it's kind of Weevil winter, you know. So do you know about these guys? Do you know about these guys? These guys, the New Zealand giraffe weevil. Okay, we gotta get the bug talk out of the way so I can get it out of my head, you know, or else this is going to haunt me. Look, I want you to take a look at this, right? Like, apparently, these guys are known for sexual dimorphism because the, you know, the the guys they have big snouts. This is insane to me, right? Like this is insane to me, right? Like they and this is what gets me. This is what gets me, right? Male giraffe weevils use this long rostrum to battle over females. Although small males can avoid conflict and sneak in to mate with the females, sometimes under the noses of large males. This is insane. I've been losing my mind because look at this guy. Look at this guy. This is like you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. A large male guards a female, demonstrating the dimorphism. I've been losing. I've been losing it over this. You know, still Haskell. Hello, WGAFFA. Sort of. We're sort of doing Haskell still. Not really on the stream itself, right? Like this is kind of where we're at now, right? Like I don't know how you do. Yeah, we're in Markdown right now because org mode decided to kind of die for some reason. So I'm in Markdown right now. This happened as I was hitting go live, and I was just like, I do not want to figure out what not wrong number of arguments parentheses 1.2 could indicate because this is a great mystery to me. Anytime it happens in Emacs, so it goes, I guess. Probably just need to update Emacs. I don't want to update, but we're in Markdown. I don't know how you do lists in Markdown. I cannot remember. We're going to just kind of do it org style until it comes to me in a dream. But like, you know, we're kind of still doing Haskell low-key, you know, just not on stream. You know, this is sort of what's going on right now. It may occur now and again. You know, there may be premonitions of this, but this is sort of due to the situation. Yeah, mining off stream. This is kind of the case. Like, this is kind of how it goes with a lot of things. Like, and by a lot I mean three. Like, basically, you know, it's low key. You know, like it's low key kind of fucked up, right? Like, because I'm kind of doing, you know, can I spell? Doing you know, 3 projects at once, and you know we have kind of the that's how you do a list. Okay, beautiful. We kind of know now. We know this for future use. I think I might have to do these in Markdown moving forward anyway because there's better interop between Markdown and Clojure that there is Markdown, or I mean between Clojure and org mode. That this has been actually updating the website. It never gets updated because trying to convert org to HTML is a nightmare. Oh well, you see that's the thing. 15 never completing. This is kind of the overall thing, right? Like I have if we go into here, this folder is just kind of straight up all sorts of things I'm poking around at in some capacity or another. But they're kind of 3 that it's I should do these. And you know one of those is the you know the bug socks, right? The other is Wayland, and we're kind of like low key, doing this on stream. Like we're kind of doing this a bunch. Hopefully, at least. Hopefully, this is kind of the qualifier. This is the hopefully. And then third is just kind of like secret ish. You know, these are kind of like the three that I care about. I guess. I guess is what I am is the statement I am putting forth. This is kind of my thesis statement. There are three, and I do not know how to manage time properly. So instead, I play I play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines for a couple hours last night, and then fell asleep. Or I do that, or I watch like 2 hour. I watch 2 hour Elder Scrolls analysis videos. This is kind of the other thing that occurs, I guess, in the time management sector. Like I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna watch like a retrospective on Battlespire. This is good use. Are you rewriting the Wayland protocol in Haskell? No, we that so this sort of exists actually. This is kind of a thing, right? Like can we delete Weevil? Can we go to what do they call it? What do they call it? Way monad. I think this is what it's named. I believe this has been abandoned though. I 5 hour Elden Ring boss analysis video. Yeah, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this, right? Like it's it's kind of like this, but it's way more or perhaps not way more. I think that these Elden Ring analyses get pretty in depth, but like it's it's formidable because like okay, Elder Scrolls fans are kind of like I feel like I'm kind of like point in case of this, right? Like this is kind of like thesis two. This is something you could probably trace. Just I feel like this is something traceable from like interactions with like individuals such as myself as well. Like there is something kind of like seriously wrong with how much Elder Scrolls fans, like how much kind of like we like are into kind of like into it. And here's the fucked up part: it's not playing the games, right? Like I think playing the games is a part of it, but like it's reading it's the true grind I think in Elder Scrolls is reading the wiki. This is sort of it. Like it's just reading the wiki because we're not getting a new game, so it's just I I don't know. This is perhaps my own perspective, but sometimes I think about it. I'm like, why do I know so much about this, and why am I so into this? It's the would do it, it's like the box that has like it's uplifted with a stick, right? And there's a string attached to the stick, and in the box, like underneath the box, they put the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, right? Like this is you could trap me with this. This is what I'm saying, I guess. But yeah, no, way monad is sort of a thing. I don't think anything ever. I think it's dead. Yeah, it's dead. It's kind of dead. Which is kind of sad, I guess. This is but there was an attempt at this, right? There was an attempt. A Wayland compositor based on the ideas and inspired by X monad. This is sort of like this has been tried. Apparently, there is Mahogany. Oh yeah, I am well aware of Mahogany. This is Common Lisp. This is another guy. I am. Can we go to Mahogany? Oh, that's wood. Can we go to Mahogany Lisp? Yeah, I'm well aware of this guy. I have been following the sort of existence of this thing. This thing was quite exciting, and in fact, this is sort of pertinent. I guess one can say that this is somewhat pertinent to like our the course we are setting forth out on or back out on I guess, because we've gone this way before, as they say, like where we're setting back out upon like these high seas to this degree. So I've known about mahogany for some amount of time. If you look at it, if you look at it, do they talk about the heart here? Do they do they talk about do they not talk about it in this part? We can enter here. We can enter here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is so the potential C backend to a Wayland compositor written in a language besides C. So this is sort of what they're doing is setting up this backend. And if you look into the actual app, and they've been making a lot. Like I remember whenever I first started my project, they were, or it was getting committed, I guess, like quite a lot less. So I'm excited that they are kind of continuing on this, because I would like to use this guy, I guess is what I'm saying. And they have that backend, right? And if you go here, and you click this, full CL old, if we go here, right? About 6 years ago, you know, this is also like a similar situation to I guess the Xmonad. This is their this is their attempt to write it entirely in Lisp for the most part. There is some C. And if you look right here, the dependencies, you have CL Wayland, right? Right? This is a guy that exists. But if you look at this 2 years ago as well, like this is sort of like this is sort of the case with these things, right? Like this is sort of the case. And this was common Lisp bindings for lib Wayland. So what we've been doing is, I could not think of a better name, Can we type in GitLab? Can we type in GitLab? Can I spell my own project correctly? Yeah. Here. Where do you live? Yeah. If we go here, I've been attempting to kind of do this, I guess. What one would say. I've been attempting to do common Lisp bindings for Wayland as well. Too bad they are hosting code on a resource owned by Microsoft. Yeah, I sort of have. I mean, I've always had mixed feelings about GitHub. I think I would say in this respect, which is why I kind of live on GitLab, because it seemed close enough, so it would not like be incredibly difficult to use. But I do think I do think I don't know. Are people actually hopping off of GitHub? Is this like a thing that's happening? Kind of. I don't. I do not work at this professionally, so I don't know. I don't know if there's kind of like a, or yeah, I know there's a lot of Codeberg migration. I know that this is something that's been going on for some time. I think honestly, I probably would have used Codeberg if I had been more aware of it whenever I started like making all of these. But now I feel kind of stuck on GitLab because I have everything kind of lives here. But like there's also epic git.gay. I heard about this. I think I heard about this. Can we find that? I think I heard about this from it is what is the website called? Blue Sky. I think this is kind of the name of the website. Yeah, I heard about it from this. I heard about it from this. Git.gay. This one looks quite interesting as well. It's by besties. This is. I like this name. I like this name as well. I like this. Who are besties? This is. Do you have a Fediverse account by any chance? Sort of. I think. I think ostensibly I live somewhere on Fediverse. I have not checked it in like 3 years. I think is the primary issue. I will say like if you if you need, so I'm kind of on like, I think very few. I think social media. I would say I'm on Blue Sky. This is kind of I that was actually that's actually worthy of discussion. Like this is I guess one would say like thesis three. Um, and this is somewhat of a I guess you would call this like somewhat of like a you know um I had a deep feeling of shame for this these past couple years, but like I used to be really into Twitter. This is sort of this sort of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. This sort of sucks as like a thing to like use a bunch. But like I kind of you know like I kind of finally deleted it, right? This happened this week, and I was like, okay, this is nice. This is nice. So I don't have like a Twitter anymore, and this low key kind of rocks because I moved to Blue Sky. I think because of this, and I just you know really like there's kind of like literally nothing, there's like literally nothing on Blue Sky, right? Like you open it, and you see like the same like 10 posts, like for the day, and you're like, all right, I've topped off my feed for the day. So what does this lead to? This is kind of like this is kind of like the next question. Like there's kind of like different paths you could, I guess, go down from here. But I know for me, kind of like what ends up happening in this case is just like we sort of have like a result where we sort of have like a result of sorts where like I just kind of like finally quit scrolling, and this is sort of where I've wanted to be for some time. I feel free to the burden of this of this thing known as like what is it like of scrolling, or I did at least. There's this guy. They call it what do they call it? The scrollable Wikipedia. The scrollable like Wikipedia guy. Is it X, X Expedia? Is this no, that's a travel site. X Wikipedia. X Wikipedia. I'm gonna have to go to like Blue Sky itself really quick. Can I go to this over here and see if I have like a link to this? Um, can I see if I have a link? Can I see if I have? Here we go. Uh, Wikipedia. Is this it? Uh, they have this, right? They have this now. Wikipedia.org. I encountered this. They have scrollable Wikipedia now. This is insane to me. Can we do like watch what? Can we do bugs? Um, insect? Do we have to use the actual word? Can we do insect, and can we do video games? Can we do insect and video game? This sounds like this. This sounds accurate. Did you find that bug in here? No, I found out about the giraffe weevil through reading about weevils because I was thinking about these guys. Uh, yeah. Since content and images is shown, I don't think we'll actually click this, but you sort of get the idea. If we do only insect, we should be okay. Can we? Um, oh, these aren't insects. These are. But yeah, you get the point. They made a scrollable Wikipedia. This is insane, right? Like, I've been thinking about this, right? Like, but yeah, this is. I don't really scroll anymore. This is quite sick. Yeah, Blue Sky, uh, Twitter or Blue Sky. I had been a Twitter user, I think, since like 2017 or something horrible like that. And it's despite hating it, despite having no fun on that website for like the past like 5 years, I kept using it because I don't know. This is how it goes, I guess. Hello, Sun Demoniac. Let's go, gay shit. Well, around here, such is the case in very, very frequent cases. And then hello Prodsy Pod as well. Hello and welcome. Um, hello hello everyone. Underscores. This is has more content than Blue Sky, and I think this is kind of the case, right? Like, I think this is kind of the case. I just I feel like the lack of content on Blue Sky is kind of nice though, because I use it for 5 minutes a day in terms of like actual scrolling, and then I just you know I think of something, I think of words, and I put these I think of words, and I click post. This is sort of like the primary enjoyment of these sorts of apps, is just like, you have a thought, and then you click post on the thought, because you're like, I have this thing, banging around in my head. It's like, let me out of here. But you can't like just go up to the you can't like, you can't be at the store, right? Like, this was sort of a case. This is sort of like a case study, like straight to the point. You can't be at the store, on a Friday evening, and be checking out groceries at the cash register, and the cashier says, "Hey, how's your day going?" And you cannot be like, "Did you know that like Athena burst fully formed from the head of Zeus, like clad in armor? Isn't that cool?" Like, you can't do this to people, right? I think this is you know you can't really do this to people. So then they invented posting, right? They invented posting so that you can do this. And what if you did, though? This is kind of There's a movie about this. Okay, there's actually a movie about this. I think this movie is. I think it might be Polish. I could be wrong. The movie is called Daisies. No, it is not Polish. I was wrong. Forgive me for my insolence. Yeah, this movie is kind of low key about this, right? Like, it's kind of about just like, being quirky. Like, I guess what was it like? It's about being like a quirked up shoddy, like in corporeal form. It's a very good movie. I will say that I watched this. And I was a big fan of this. I'm like, wow, this is what posting feels like. This was my exact thought. I'm like, this is how I feel whenever I tweet. Yeah, it's from the New Wave. It's from Czech, like the Czech New Wave movement. This is sort of like a whole, type of like filmography. You saw this throughout Europe. I want to say it was the, like 60s and 70s. You saw kind of like the emergence of New Wave. I think French New Wave film is sort of the one that everyone knows to some degree. I don't really know it. I don't watch movies, but like I know it exists. I I know it exists. Like, is the thing. Um, but yeah, this movie was kind of about just wild and out. Like, you know. It's a low key a crazy movie. I should. It's probably my second favorite movie ever. So forgive me for my tangent. Forgive me for my tangent. But yeah, that's why they invented posting, though, is because if you just are saying the strangest things you can think of to strangers, this is kind of frowned upon. I think, at least this. I get the idea that this is frowned upon, but yeah, this is what we are doing now. This is what we're doing these days to sort of be very roundabout. And someone had asked this at one point, so I think that's why I have this open, I guess. And, this may be why I have this open. Is somebody asked about, I believe it was FDR underscore XD had asked about the Wayland bindings, but we are trying to essentially revive. Um, Thank you for the follow. Whoever did it, my Twitch is low key fucked up right now, so it won't let me know who is following me. This is, but thank you. And I thank you. Okay, yeah, we're kind of like we've kind of been doing this, right? This is kind of thank you follower. Yes, this is sort of the case. You know, that we're dealing with moments of anomalous anonymity currently. Yeah, this is sort of it. You know, it's like the um, you know, it's sort of uh, like a secret society like followers. I guess I don't I do not know. Twitch will let me know who it was in like a week from now. So, oh yeah, we have like last week's because it's been doing this. Who was the prior? Who was the prior? Oh Jesus, there's a lot of these people. What the hell? Um, yeah, I want to thank the people from the prior now because I realized that I could not do that last time. Thank you, Shakarov. Thank you, Sanket RJ. Thank you, Konosuba Life. Thank you, Kuvaman. Thank you, Stack Deldius. Thank you, Senior Kai. Thank you, Didex VT. Thank you, JVD Dev. Thank you, The Lawn Hobo. Thank you, thank you, Lazura Al underscore Al. Thank you, Sorcerer. Thank you, Kappa5421. Thank you, anonymous gifter as well. Thank you. Thank 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 you very much. Thank yes. I don't know. Uh, uh you know, my heart is growing 3 times its size like the Grinch or something like this. This is how. Yeah, this is um this is the people from a week ago because Twitch has been fucked up, right? Like it won't tell me things. Like I get on here and I know someone followed because I hear a new hand touches the beacon, enter my ears. You know, uh, every single unique chatter from the last year of activity. Oh, this would be terrifying. Thank you, anomalous. So it's kind of the case. Like we're dealing with like anomalies on I believe that this is just called my browser is really bad and does not like loading Twitch or my internet something is going wrong like in the loading process. But yeah, we're low key doing this. You know, this is sort of like this is kind of the reason I started like ever streaming in the first place is because I was like, if I stream and work on this, I will feel accountable to work on this, you know, until it's complete. And that didn't happen, right? That we kind of lost the plot for an entire year. I think at some point, and you know, but we're getting back on track. It was just I was my brain was too small to try and deal with what I was dealing with, which was Wayland because this is a Wayland's kind of crazy. I don't know. This is the full. This is my roundabout way of saying like Wayland is low key awful, right? Like this is actually like this is like thesis 4, right? Wayland is like it's cool, right? Like right? Like low key, it kind of it kind of sucks, like really bad. This is kind of the issue. This is kind of the issue. It's like low key, this is cool as hell, but it's kind of awful at the same time. Like it's kind of like one of the worst things I've interfaced with in terms of like trying to do anything non-trivial whatsoever. And you can see this. You can see this. You can see this with what do we call this? What do we call this? Wayland Roots. Wayland Roots. This is the guy. You can tell this. You can tell kind of like how. I don't know, of a like just absurd like situation it is. The Wayland situation is insane right now. You kind of set up, and you can tell this because Wayland Roots exists. Wayland roots exists, and it exists as the 60,000 lines of code you were going to write anyway. And the sounds, right? Like the sounds kind of like a um the sounds kind of like um the sounds kind of like a like the sounds absurd. The 60,000 lines you're going to write anyway. So you would think like at that point, oh, they've done everything. No, they have not. And you can tell. You go to tiny Wayland, you go to tiny Wayland dot c, and you look at this, and this is they call this, I think, like the smallest workable example. And I remember implementing this. And this is again the smallest, right? Like if we want to go to like the smallest like window manager that one would actually use, we have to look at they call it DWL Wayland, this guy, and this is kind of a the idea with this guy is also migrated to Codeberg. Oh wow, a lot of people really are going to Codeberg, I guess. And the deal with this guy, right, is like this is supposed to be like the Wayland DWM, which is the really small guy. Like this is the really small window manager. I think their whole thing is yeah their whole thing is that they have small code. You cannot really even do this in Wayland. Even you cannot. I think if you are an AI scraper and wish not to receive garbage when visiting, stop visiting. If you're not an AI scraper, contact Codeberg. Okay. I'm a robot, I guess. I got. Okay. What if we just try that again? I can you give me the code? Can you give me the code? Was beginning to break prematurely and sometimes worse, and his breath went in. As Winston woke up and her glass drained it all, we were producing a definitive edition of The Skull. You receive orders, and you persuade yourself that you had noticed that he could not have seemed all important because they saw the girl was part of Oceania and or is like a tidal wave. Which side is winning is a certain hold, even on the physical texture of his vision, even in ragged hedge on the table. 366, 1984, 2 plus 2 equals. Oh, they're woke. They're woke. Okay. They're going woke. They can't get inside you. Never again will you be capable of becoming dangerous. But no game started. And then perhaps it goes on. It goes on. I wonder. Oh, and then they have links to various things. They have links to various things. I believe. Can we just copy? Can we just copy? This is DWL. Can we just go here? Can we go to cd home temp? Can we go to get clone? And did it copy from my clipboard? No, it did not. Codeberg.org slash where are we? DWL. Okay. Dot get. Okay. Can we open this? Can we open this? Yeah, DWL. Can we go to dot C? I guess robots can't do this. I guess. But yeah, even with this, right? Like, and this is using Wayland roots to avoid those 60,000 lines. Even this, like, you end up with like 3K lines of code. This is kind of the case. What is this alien as :3333 creature in your code? In which code? Where do we have multiple :3s? Is this? Where is this? Oh, it's right here. Oh, that's the today message. Like if you go today, uh, that's what it says. This is whatever you colon three, but you're very enthusiastic about it. This is kind of the case. This is kind of the case. No computers. This is kind of, yeah. This is like kind of low key evil, I think, but also kind of epic. It's kind of epic but evil at the same time. I don't really know how to describe this, but like, um, Green Circle Live should reference woke literature also. I It kind of does it not? Does it not? Is this not the if we go to Green Circle dot live? Yeah, Green Circle is something integrated, and then it begins to right like yeah, call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind you how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse. We're going Moby Dick in this one. We're going Moby Dick with this. This is kind of the case, right? Like, a green circle is singular, but it does not tell me who. Like, it doesn't tell me who. Okay. Such is the way of things. I guess we'll never know who is the singular in this case. And it kind of goes Moby Dick, right? Like this is kind of woke literature as well. Which compositor? I am currently using Hyperland. I have been for I think some number of years. I tried Qtile for a little bit. I quite liked Qtile, but I was having cursor issues, so I'm using Hyperland because it is sort of the one that's not. It's caused me the least headache, as they say. You know, but yeah, we sort of like we sort of have massive even with small, and not just one. They also have like if we go to util.c, this guy's not huge, obviously, but like it's kind of the Wayland situation is kind of awful. I think is the best way to describe it, right? Like the Wayland situation is kind of horrible. This is more or less just it. Like and even here like big old .h or client.h, and that's not even the config.h. Like usually these what do they call them? These suckless guys. The suckless software guys. They have like one config.h and one C file, I think, and a few others, and that's sort of like all you deal with. No, there's many things. I've heard Hyperland has terrible community and lead devs, so I avoid it. Yeah, I'm not necessarily a fan, I would say, of either the community or, I would say, like, the dev. I don't really have, like, a stake, I think, my kind of, like, personal 2 cents with these things is, like, I'm not a fan of the community, nor am I really, like, necessarily, like, I would say a huge fan of, I guess one would say, like, the way the lead dev acts on the internet would probably be the best way to phrase that. But I'm not generating money for anyone. Is sort of how I felt about the usage of Hyperland. It is free software, and I'm, you know, they're not getting a dime out of me. I think, and this has been my approach to it a little bit. And it I tried to switch for a while as well, and everything just it's kind of this was just kind of it's low-key kind of great. At least it's been great. It works on my machine like very well. This has been my reason. The suckless monks. Yeah, this is kind of the case. I I think it's like I believe they're from Germany or something. Because like I kind of think that most like good things in Linux are European at this point. Has sort of been like my introduction to like code bases is like they come from either Germany or they come from Norway or they come from like just like Poland as well is like a big one. I think it's kind of wild, but like I'm just like this is kind of crazy. Like I think of this with like GNU Geeks as well. I think is one of the lead devs is like French. I could be incorrect. I could be incorrect on this, but like it's kind of wild, Yeah, it's crazy. it's crazy. But yeah, we're sort of, you know, Wayland is sort of hell. This has been a very roundabout way of stating that. So we've been working on kind of like common Lisp guy for Wayland, but I wrote this right like, uh, and this is sort of like the crux of the issue. If we go to dot markdown, we'll call this thesis 6.7 or something. I don't know. Like this is kind of like the crux of the issue, right? And it's a bit of a two-parter. And one was just that like I wanted like common Lisp bindings. Can I spell? Nope, I cannot. Like, all right, I kind of wanted common Lisp bindings for Wayland, right? These were not, these were not being developed actively. So kind of this led to me being like this led to the determination. This was my this was like my resolve of sorts. Like this was my resolve. I will write the bindings. This is my resolve. This is my thesis. As they say, this is my thesis. And I do we have any Hegelians in the room? Do we have any? Can we pull up Hegel? Can we pull up Hegel? Yeah, can we pull up George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel? Okay. Can we pull up thesis, antithesis, synthesis? Okay, here we go. Yeah. So every thesis has its antithesis. This is the dialectic. So this was not my resolve. This was my thesis, right? Like this was the ultimate thesis, but it must have its like, antithesis. And the antithesis was just kind of like, I kind of like low key sucked at writing common Lisp. Yeah, this was sort of the antithesis. So we have like who the fuck wrote this kind of code. But when these contradictions clash, you end up with synthesis. This is the case. You end up with synthesis, and the synthesis is I know how to do it. I know how to do it better now. So we can finally get started again. And this is they call this the march of history, I guess. Like the march of history. Yeah, this is basically it. We are propagating history ever forward by having to deal with the past, and the past is me not knowing what I was doing and not leaving comments on what I was doing as well. It'd be like, what the hell did me from 1.5 years ago mean by this? Video games. So true. This is kind of the case. But this is kind of the case. Oh, Lips bindings. Oh, this is a the slip of a century, the February of history. This is what they say. There are Januaries where Haskell happens, and there are Februaries where Lisp happens or something. This is the quote, right? Like this is the quote. That I believe that you can find this in the old books. Exactly. Yeah. This is the case. And we're currently happening. Yeah. This is the quote. I totally did not make this up. You can read about this in history. And this is why we are in the march of history, as they say. So let's I don't know what's a cool thing to say, like what do they say, what do they say here, when you finish a proof or something, like um yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, 6-7 is pretty cool as well. Like let's make history, as they say. You know. So I haven't messed around. They should say 6-7 instead of cat. Okay, I was at the supermarket. I was at the supermarket yesterday, and um, I and there's a small child, I think, somewhere in the background of my existence that was talking to these other people who like do you know how like small children will sometimes just like run up to people and make conversation, or like this is a thing. There's not some like tiny individuals will just sort of, uh the idea of like individuation has not like set in so deeply that they're like, oh, you can't run up to strangers and like say random shit, um and so this small child like had run up and started talking to these two people, and they were like, wow, you're so old, how old are you, and I hear this kid say 5, and one of them said, wow, that's crazy, I thought you would have been 6 or maybe 7. And I could feel it bubbling inside me, like some you know some I like primordial evil, the original like Edenic sin, to not say 6-7 to myself audibly whenever I heard them say 6 or 7, and I was like, I can't do this. I'm in the world, I'm encased in the world, and you should have said it. I yeah, I considered, but um I felt there was beauty in restraint in this case. There was a certain at times restraint exudes like a certain sort of grace, in these things. But yeah, uh, where so what were we doing? I kind of had started working on like rewrite style with this a little bit. Um, yeah, yeah, um, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we kind of been working on this, right? And I think like there are kind of like two parts. They're kind of like, or there's kind of like three parts of this, I guess. I think two, sometimes three. These are this guy right here and this guy right here are kind of the same thing, because you have kind of like on the one hand, in the CFFI itself, you have the hell that is translating bindings. And this is tedious, but it's easy, but it's tedious, right? There's not a lot that this is the thing that one can switch off their brain and just go through these. I think it ostensibly could be automated, but I tried to, and it was kind of horrible. It was kind of a horrible experience, and everything broke. So I've quit trying, and like that's kind of like one part. Then you have like the lisp, right? And this is where it starts getting kind of cool. This is where I still have to dos. Um, like this is where you have things that I said to do on. This is where you have something that I don't remember what the hell this does, right? Like this is where it starts getting, this is where the sauce sort of begins, I guess. Like things like this, which it's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And that's kind of like one part, right? Then you have the scanner. This is where we live in hell, right? Like this is where we kind of like live in like hell because this is the part that takes XML and has to learn how to write Lisp out of it. And this is I think what we're kind of like low key gonna work on. Um, can we go to the markdown? Can we say low key? Can we say like low key scanner day? Yeah, yeah. This is sort of like what we're gonna work on. Can we also get like a shell environment going? Um, can you give me okay? Looking for substitutes. All right. Oh, that didn't take too terribly long. So something that like the way I had been doing this originally was like some degree of like fucked up like formats, right? Like formatting things. Like I have setf writer is the way this is going, and it's just a blank string. So we're just doing we're doing like this. From Tiny Wayland, there is also Cage Break. Rat Poison for Wayland. I am aware of Cage Break. I I believe. Like I've heard of this, right? Like I've heard of this guy. I don't think I've used it before. I was a big stump window manager head. This was sort of like this was and this is the whole reason I want this, right? Like um I used this, and then I used on Wayland Qtile for some time, and I like Qtile quite a bit, but I was having issues with it, right? Like I was having issues primarily with how the cursor was being handled. This is like this was kind of unfortunate, but so it goes. I tried Sway and I kind of hated it. This was like I know a lot of people like it, but I kind of hated Sway like a lot. It was kind of a miserable experience. It wasn't that bad, but it was unenjoyable. Is all like um Mango WC. I have not tried this. I don't know. I'm kind of like unless Hyperland starts like breaking on me, I'm kind of I think hanging out on this one until I can get the stuff in order to write my own. I feel like it's sort of like what I want. Or I don't know. Perhaps after like what is it? After Mahogany is like usable. This is another case. I'll probably switch to Mahogany, I guess, because I say write my own. Doing these bindings, I don't think I'm not gonna be the one to write my own window manager. I'll put these bindings here and I'll pass them down. Like I'll pass them down to the future generation of lispers to use or something like that, and hopefully. And this is kind of like at least these are the laurels upon which I could rest. Hello, wind up boy. You came just in time. We're starting the doing Lisp part. I think finally. Let's see. Can we get the thing from our shell? Can we start a shell environment? Okay. Beautiful. And can we get a Sly session? Can we get this going? Sly. And then yeah, we'll go here. We'll go here, and then it's sort of a question of like how do we want to do this. I think is like because there's a lot of places we can start, right? Um, I think if we go to the ASD, we can just take a look at the scanner portion. Okay, let's go to scanner. And where do we start, right? Like where's the beginning? So it's serial. We start with the reader. Okay, okay. So I guess what we can go ahead and do then is look into the source scanner and reader. And I kind of don't want to do this anymore. I was trying to use like some guy called MLG Pax to help write documentation. I kind of don't want to use this anymore. It feels like it gets in the way. But we will kind of deal with that later because I think this sort of does need to be documented, but I'm not sure how. This is we'll probably just do doc strings and like inline. The code is the documentation, after yesterday's conch sesh, I feel less at the sea with Haskell, but I'm glad that it is over. You know, this is kind of the case. It is Haskell is kind of fun, but it's quite an adventure. Can we load our up our guys? Can we get the ASD? All right. And what happens if we load system? Yeah, what happens if we load system? Do we get any urine troubles? Do we get anything like that? No. No. Okay. Okay, we're in the clear. We're in the clear so far. So something else happened kind of like between all of this, right? And that is that Wayland. Can we go to changelog? This has kind of been the case too. Like Wayland has released like a new version. They live on. Oh, they released another new version. That's Weston. Can we do Wayland? Can we do? I believe it's version 1.24. Is this it? I think I saw that. Yeah. So they released this guy, right? There are some changes to this. So like I think to make sure, you know, like since it's already out there, adding some parity for this would be nice. A new Wayland fixes interface to add a request to destroy a Wayland registry object. Okay, so like things like this, right? And can we go to the can we go as well to the source code? So can we go to Wayland's source code? And what do you give me? What do you give me? All right, let's see. And then we can go to the Git repositories. Okay, perfect. Can we enter Wayland, right? Can we enter Wayland? And what are we dealing with? What is this guy again? The Wayland fixes interface. So I think that this lives in the XML. I believe this lives in the XML. Yeah, this seems like the case. So can we take a look at? Can we close this for right now? And can we actually do a split? Splitma? Okay. And can we take a look at the XML? Can we take the XML? Can we go to Geeks Home? Profile. I think it's in lib. Wayland. Nope. Share. Wayland.xml. Is this where you live? Is this where you live? And we are looking for. We're looking for Wayland fixes. Okay. So does this okay, so we don't have to do anything about this because it's XML. So like as long as we're generating right, we are already good to go. Okay. What were the other guys? Wayland keyboard, is this XML as well? Let's see, Wayland keyboard. Perfect. And this just has a what? What do they call this? A dot key repeated state. Okay. So ostensibly they're going to have a, so I see key map events. I see enter, leave. Was this it? Or that's key state. Oh, key. So we just have a new event. This is the other guy. Okay. Let's see. And then we have two new functions. The Wayland display dispatch. We have a few different new functions. Okay. So where to begin with this, I guess, is kind of the question. I think that maybe we can just go ahead and can we close this guy really quick, or can we go back to .c? Yeah, we'll open it up here, you know. We'll go here, and can we do like git clone And where do they live? Where do they live? This is on freedesktop.org. This is. Can we copy the URL? Okay, copy the clipboard. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Can we clone this? Okay, okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see. And then can we cd Wayland? And can we just what do they call this? What do they call this guy? What do they call this guy? Wayland display dispatch queue timeout. Okay. Okay, beautiful. We actually have this. So we can close, refresh. Can we grab Wayland display dispatch queue timeout. Say that 5 times fast or something like that. Wayland display dispatch. Okay, we're just gonna display. I was like, is it dispatch display or display dispatch? Display dispatch Q. Can I spell it? Q timeout. Okay. We'll go ahead and search all, you know. And no match is found. It might be over. Did I grep it wrong? Did I is this a grep situation is insane? Can I, what if I do quotes? If I do it like that, no match is found. Can I just do timeout? Actually, let's just go into source. Can we just enter source? Can we go to server core? This sounds like it might be a server type thing. Display. Nope. Can we go to client? Display dispatch. Okay. There we go. It was client. Okay, can we check out our client, guys, right here? Can we go to CFFI? Can we go to the client? And where do you live? Who do you live next to? You live next to W display dispatch queue, and you just live right above the pendings. Okay, that's a pretty comfy spot. That's pretty snug right there. And then what do you take? Can we do CFFI, and can we do def c fun? Okay, we're in now. We are in. Can I just have this name? Can I just have this whole name? Can you give me everything? Oh, we have a timeout as well. Okay, here we go. Can you give me your everything? Okay, so that's an ent. And it's the same as these guys, really. Okay. Display pointer. And can we do Q? Can I spell that? Okay, pointer as well. And can I, geez, okay. Pointer. Okay. And I think that we can just Wayland display dispatch, and they call this one Q timeout. Oh, this is not Q. This one takes timeout. All right, there we go. This one takes Q. Let's see. Such a strange way to spell word. I think about this sometimes. Like, Q is kind of a fucked up word. I feel this. It's kind of like what is it? Catastrophe. I think of catastrophe a lot, right? Like how catastrophe, you know, these things. I just made a bunch of new parsers in a monomatic style for parsnip. Oh yeah, I've been hearing about this, right? I've been hearing about this quite a bit. This is exciting. Meteor. Oh.
Meteor happens.
Oh yeah, you found it. You found it. Yeah, there's a few there. I think there are a couple ways to trigger this. I think there are a couple ways to trigger this. I really I need to add. I need to finish the Haskell guy, right? Like the Haskell guy needs to be finished so that I can like add like my commands to the green pages. You
Meteor happens.
you know hello first time chat v0x539 um uh this is let's see what is this, this is xkcd, this is uh let's see, https slash slash can we do um xkcd dot com slash 853. Oh, this one is I don't know this one. I think I was running a factor analysis on this huge database and check out what I found. Consecutive vowels. Uh, this chart makes no sense. What queuing? Fuck me now. Yeah, I honestly like I think like queuing is kind of like it's a weird, so like it's such a, like if you look at like as a science even, it's kind of weird. Like they call it they queuing, you know, like look at this word, right? Like look at the word. It's kind of crazy. And these are things you can like read about, right? Like this is, it's kind of like a cool like to read about how queuing works. I feel like you know, this is sort of, it's sort of like a, yeah, this is what it's called, queuing theory. Here we go. This is kind of a crazy thing. I think about this a lot. I think about this a lot. And I think about this kind of like you see this in so many facets of like the, modern existence, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it. So much of like being an individual, living in the world, you know, and this world needing to function like along, you know, along kind of like somewhat reasonable like norms and customs. You know, you end up with like very wild, yeah, like I think about these things. I think about these things, you know, and this is sort of like a, yeah, like they're putting lambdas. I don't know if this is readable or not, but they're putting, yeah, they're putting lambdas in like the queuing science, and this is a thing that like exists like very, it's a weirdly like imprecise yet precise thing at the same time. Which XKC, hello sorcerer as well. It is the one where they talk about how queuing is sexy. You know, this is the case. Like if you say if you talk about queuing, you know, you will, the ladies will be, you know, crowding around you. You know, uh this is I think they call this Riz, right? Like this is like knowing how to properly like queue in like complex scenarios is like a form of Riz in some ways. This is why like, you know, what are they like? The amusement park ride operators and workforce management type people are kind of like, you know, this is where all the Riz is sort of concentrated. And this is kind of like how I learned that QE is sort of like weird, is because I was at one point looking into trying to do some sort of career shift into like a workforce management role because, you know, it seemed like it seemed potential. It seemed like a possibility. I think before like John AI, right? You know, like and if you look at this, like if you look at can we do workforce? You know, like workforce management. Erlang C. Like this is kind of insane. This is kind of insane. Do we have like, yeah, like TLS error? Okay. Yeah. Um can we just do Erlang C calculator? What if we just look up Erlang C? Like do we get this? Do we get like this is a thing, right? Like you have like a formula. You have a formula for how to properly have the phones be usable. Um, you know, this is crazy to me. Okay, yeah, use cookies. I do what you wish. We're British. Okay. Um, oh, they have all the major languages: English, Netherlands, Dutch, Francois, and Brazil. Exciting. Okay. Um, but yeah, like this is a thing, right? Like you have like these different inputs, and this is just for phones. Like this is like for like call center style like queuing. You know, this is not even getting into like the actual queuing of the flesh. I guess you know the things known as lines. Are we stuck in CC math forever? Can you go away? Can you go away? Can you go away? Yeah, and that's not even the queuing of lines. You know, it's yeah. Look at this. Look at this. An orderly line is a safe line. Like these are we have like this is a science. It's a very I don't know. It's a very cool kind of science. I feel like as well. Like I feel like if I could do it all over again, like in this life, I would have studied queuing or something like that because this is very kind of interesting to me. I think just like on a kind of like a level of like it's just it's weird that this is like a phenomena. But yeah, you know, like we also kind of have it here. You know, this is sort of the case. This is sort of the case. We have it with these two guys too, right? Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? Okay. Um, so we have those two guys, right? And these are our client guys. We also have shum buffer ref. So this is for the shared memory, I believe. Yes. This is probably going to be in, if I had to guess, this sounds like it's an EGL Wayland. It's certainly not here, right? Yeah. I think this is an EGL Wayland. What happens if we just do all the .h's? It's possible it's here as well, but I think can we go to EGL? Can we go to EGL core? No? Are you here? No. Okay. I'll check this one last, I think, perhaps. And it's in none of those. Okay. I guess we're going to try and grep this, you know. Can we rgrep? Can we do shum? Can we just do shared memory? Let's do ch files and let's do here. Okay, it's in the private. And the server core. Okay, exciting. All right. We kind of need like a running. Can I open Markdown file again? Can I open Markdown file? Can I do kind of like please don't forget. And can we do a list like this? And then these first guys, you know, the queues, like the timeout guys, you know, where did they live? .lisp. Can we go to .lisp? And can we do these? There's these two. Ah, I'm a fool. Okay, I already forgot what I was supposed to not forget. Gotta go eat buy a bug. Have do well in your slumber. You know, this is rest easy, as they say. It is it is not goodbye. It is see you again. You know, these kind of things. You know, this kind of thing. I think I have to prompt this as well. I think I have to prompt this. If I don't know, I if you want to see me post from IRC, and occasionally open Discord, you can. Are we dead? Are we dead? Oh, we didn't die, did we? Oh, okay. My computer is just in shambles. Okay, this is odd. But yeah. Oh, you came from. Okay. No, we did not. It is. This is. Oh, you came from. Okay. Well, then you're in the know. You're one of the one of the cool cats, as they say. I don't think anyone says cool cats anymore, but it would be funny if they did. We should bring that back. We should bring that back. Can I just dispatch queue timeout and dispatch timeout? So I already fucked up. Because yeah, this because the so it goes. You don't live there. Oh wait, you do. You do. Okay. I just got a little ahead of myself, I guess, on this one. So I have display, and we have time spec. And the time spec is a timeout. Okay, so we can do that as, let's see, yeah, timeout as well. So your timeout also. So queue timeout, and then this was queue pending. I feel like I copied one of these, but like I did it in the wrong spot. How did we do this? How did we get here? All right, queue timeout and dispatch timeout. Okay. We got this. Dispatch timeout. You're correct. You're good. Okay. Queue timeout. You don't belong here. You belong here. That's where the error was occurring. All right, there. Now we have these. And we can say, don't forget these two guys, right? And we can do this in Markdown. And we can do this here, and we can just do this. Dev would be happier if wrote notes in org mode, so Markdown. Yeah, this is okay. So this happened. This happened perhaps 5 minutes before or after hitting go live. As org just kind of broke. It just kind of broke, and I was like, okay. And I already had everything set up. I'm like, I guess we're doing a Markdown day. This is kind of like, this ended up happening. Org just sort of okay. You'll see. Look at this. Can we go to a .org? Can we just do some random one? Wrong number of arguments. File specification error. It's doing this. It's doing this. When this happens, I say, oh no. This is kind of like a situation I think of where I think if I like from remote master branch, I think that we are doing, can we actually see which package we are using for Emacs? This is too many windows here. Can we just open a new guy, and can we say eShell? Yeah. Emacs version. I have not updated my computer, I think, in like a couple months, so this might be the case also. Or no. Let's see. Is this if we geeks search Emacs GTK? Can we do, oh goodness. Can we do grep? Can we grep so that we don't get great evil? Okay, we kind of get, I believe they call this, what is this? I believe I used this one actually. Let's see. But I have not updated for for some amount of time. I believe. Yeah, I used this. I used this guy. Um, I used this guy for the most part. But yeah, it just kind of broke. Usually, what happens whenever it breaks like this is I just reload all of Emacs. But yeah, I am PGTK style, and usually to fix this, I just do like load like load file dot emacs, and it kind of resolves itself. This is usually the case, but like I didn't want to do this because I had already hit go live. So we're kind of a markdown day today, unfortunately, I think. But yeah, we don't want to forget these, right? And this low-key kind of, does markdown not have highlighting? That's messed up. Okay. It probably does. I'm out of my element with markdown. If this is not apparent. And these are for the client, All right. So we have this. And we have some server guys, right? Like, we have some server guys, and these are in the server core.h. And who are the new ones? Who are the new ones? Shum buffer ref. All right. Can we go to buffer ref? Okay. 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 And can we go to .lisp? Can we go to server? And who are you next to? Who do you live next to? Oh, I don't even think we have any of the Shum guys on this. Or I keep saying Shum. I believe this is, referred to as shared memory, This is probably the correct way to say it. So that's on 677, okay? We stopped at protocol logger destroy, which is we hopped around. Okay, that's what I'm beginning to understand is we jumped around a bit, Shum. Okay, shared memory. Yes, now I'm beginning to remember. I think we can go back to. We'll go ahead and add these two guys. I'm not going to do a bunch of the FFI things. I think on current existence, because this seems like, this seems kind of deeply evil, I think, to go ahead and do. I think that this is somewhat deeply evil of an action. But I think that what we will go ahead and do is we will go ahead and add these two, just because otherwise I will forget, we'll add these two, and then we're going to go through the rest of this, I guess. There's not a lot, actually. Buffer ref and buffer unref. Okay, so that is buffer ref. All right. And this is CFFI. Def cfun, and you call yourself. And we'll just grab that name. We'll just grab that name. I'm sorry, there's org mode fuck in your tool. It happens from time to time, I think. It does happen from time to time. It's always kind of unfortunate whenever it occurs. But it's I think it's just the, this is it's the nature of org mode for me for some reason. I think that reason is geeks, but shall I stop using geeks? I probably not. Despite the heartache, despite the heartache, I guess. I think it's kind of an issue as well of just like geeks sort of like, or org like updates a lot. It's always doing something. I think it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild that it's always like updating. Geeks is the cause of many challenges. Yeah, this is like the whole kind of like thing of but with a worse temper. I think there are some challenges that are somewhat less. Like, I will say this about geeks. doing like Lisp on it is a lot easier than it was on Nix. At least has been my personal experience, and it being written in Scheme as well makes it a lot easier to, for me at least, fuck around with. But it has it has more barbs. You know, this is how I describe it. It has more. It has a bit. It has sides to it that are a bit more. What the hell is going on? You know, like a bit more. Why haven't they fixed this yet? You know, like these sorts of situations. It's kind of evil sometimes, but I do kind of love it low key. Proxy get interface and resource get interface. These sound like they belong in the util.h. Do you belong here? Do you live in proxy? Nope. Client client.h. And get interface. Okay, okay. And so these guys we kind of don't have to deal with yet because we don't have like good server code yet, so we don't have to remind ourselves of this one at least. Let's see. And you live next to get class. All right. There we go. And we have which two? We have we do have a server one as well, it seems like. So Wayland proxy get interface. And that just takes a proxy as well and returns a pointer to an interface string. Okay. And the pointer is a struct Wayland interface. Okay. Struct. Let's just do, yeah, Wayland. We'll do iFace, and yeah. Okay. And then we'll do that. And, okay, where is... So resource is server. Okay, so we do have server right here. Right, server. And are we doing any things with the Wayland resource yet? So we kind of started, it looks like, on the resource. Okay. And we have Wayland resource. Can we do get interface? Can we do get interface? Okay. There you are. There you are. And then what we can go ahead and do is cfi def cfun. And actually, let's just go ahead. Let's grab this guy because we are just returning a Wayland interforce again. I remember about a year ago you had the system drawing a rectangle on the screen. I think I don't think we got. Did we get to a rectangle? We might have. I'm trying to remember now. The goal is kind of okay. So this is kind of the overarching goal, right? Like is they have this, right? They have this, the Wayland book. They have this. This is sort of the guy. This is the guy. Yeah. You know, I think if we had to figure out where we're living currently in terms of like understanding or like in terms of parity, you know, I think we're sort of right here. I think, you know, no. We're further. We are right here, I think. Yeah, this is where we are. This is where we are. So we were kind of right here for a bit. Which, if you look, is like chapter 5 and kind of the goal. You know, this is my resolve is to bring us up to parity, I guess, with at least the Wayland book. Because if you get to can we get to a can we get to I think it lives in is this it? Is this it? No, this is the seat. This is the seat. Extended example code. The ultimate goal is this guy, but in Lisp, this is where the resolve is to end up here, right? Um, which I think we can. I think we can do this probably relatively quickly. This is all client code. So once we get kind of the scanner redone, we can go ahead and create this guy, like this fucker right here, the shell client protocol, because that's just straight XML. Regarding some of this shit, like I don't know what we're gonna do with this because you do have like quite a bit of like shared memory type stuff going on. This is going to require digging um into hell. I think I don't really know what to do here, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. This because this is where it gets kind of crazy. I think um, it's not too bad. It's a little bit. It's support code for creating this shared memory, which I'm sure someone has made this. Has someone made this? Do we have common Lisp POSIX shared memory? Does this this is a thing? Ooh, okay. Okay. 5 days ago? Oh, exciting. This is exciting. New parsnip, a deep sky. That name looks familiar. This reminds me of someone who's been talking about parsnip. I could be incorrect. I could be incorrect, but that would be very coincidental if incorrect. Let's see. Yes. Okay. I was like, I was like, am I insane or am I like did that this morning? This is exciting. I think we might want this guy. Honestly, we might want this guy. This seems. Do we have access to this? This is POSIX shared memory? Do we have? Can we clear? Can we can we do we have you? Do we have? We do. Aha. Okay. So so we might need this honestly. This might be one of the guys that we need access to. If we go to if we go to that is the wrong place. If we go to here, yeah, or as a maker of fine systems, I am aware of this. I'm aware of this name. They are also doing things with Wayland, right? Like this is if you look here, they are doing Wayflan, which is another really cool. I think this is another really cool project. I think in the space, right? Like this one is its whole idea is kind of like getting down to the wire and implementing that in Common Lisp. Um, it's pretty cool. I kind of fuck with this. It's nice that these things are all living in these spaces together. I think this is I like this one a lot. I like this one quite a lot. Yeah, I'm wondering about so what is parsnip? I don't know what this guy is. Can we go to the parsnip? Can we go to can we go to can we go to can we go to Git? Is this where we want to be? Yes. And there we go. Parsnip. Can we go to this? I don't know what this guy is. Um hello. Thank you for the follow. mysterious follower, as they say, because my my Twitch is low key fucked up and it won't tell me anything. These past couple weeks, I think it's more of a browser fuck, honestly. But thank you, thank you. Yes, you're a friend of mine now. You know. So what the hell is this, right? Like what is this? What is this? Scanner that takes characters and produces tokens, and a parser that takes tokens and produces syntax trees. So okay, this is kind of cool as hell, you know, like is the thing. This is kind of awesome. Okay, we may use this at some point, right? Like, um, can we add this to the dependencies though for the time being, because we are going to need this. We kind of have a lot of new dependencies because I don't know what I'm going to use. I'm not going to use this guy because it hasn't been updated in like 8 years. But it seemed quite interesting. Um, it seemed quite interesting. But yeah, this is we are doing get interface, you know. And this will return a pointer, you know. And the pointer it returns is kind of this fucker right here, right? Like it's kind of like the resources interface, like living inside of the object. And what else do we have? Can we delete this, because I keep forgetting that like I have. Can we delete a bunch of tabs? I hate cycling through tabs, but then I forget to close them, and then my RAM starts getting eaten. This is kind of the deep dark curse, I think, of existence, is like forgetting to close tabs. I feel like this is sort of like, I don't know. This is the thing that haunts me more than any is like I will open like 300 tabs. I closed the wrong one. Okay, that's kind of sad. Can we go to Wayland? Change log. Next encourages this pattern. You would think that, right? You would think that it is Firefox. It's way worse than Firefox. In my experience, because the thing about doing it on Next is, we have this guy called random access memory, and Next loves to use this. You know, it kind of loves to use this. I think the moment there are multiple tabs open, and this keeps me this keeps me I guess one would say like lean in terms of the number of tabs, I think, because after a while I start seeing that I see number go up. I'm like, oh, we're gonna okay, okay. uh, but let's see, we did the refs, we did the resource gets, post error vargs. Okay, so this is also a uh, post error vargs. Okay, do we even have post error? No, no. Can we have post error? This one uses a VA list. Okay, I wonder how we do this. Okay, I think I remember. But I could be wrong. Let's go ahead and just get everything up to the VA list first. So this is, your name is postvargs. We're gonna grab you. We are going to, and this is a void. This is a void type guy. Okay. I think void is void is a guy that we can use. So resource, and you are, you know, your pointer style, and this is a, you know, Wayland resource. We have code. Do we have uint32? Yeah, I think we have that guy. I think we have this guy. Can we go to client really quick? Yeah, we use this guy. We use this guy. Okay, okay, we like this one. This is a good friend. This is a good friend. All right, MSG monosodium glutamate, string, and VA list. This is a bit of a new one. Do we have access to VA list? Do we have access to? We don't. I think we can just do something like and rest. You know, I think we can do something like that. I think this is the case. I think this is the case. Do we have other examples of VA list? No. Okay. Okay. What about Nutel? Ah, okay, okay, we do. We do. Okay. So we just have to go to util here then and see what did we do there? What did we do there? Log. All right. C implementation of the Wayland protocol abstracts the details of logging. Users may customize. So I don't think we actually defined this. Okay, that's kind of deeply evil, I think. So we're gonna have to get into the CFFI Lisp. Okay. I wonder if any of these guys will assist us. Can we go to the user manual? Can we go to entirely one web page, please? Give me entire web page. Give me VA list. No. Do we have types? We have foreign types. We have built-in types. Okay. So let's see. This is kind of interesting. So we have some that aren't C types. Can we see? I believe that the search bar on this is, oh no, it is not broken. It is, okay. I do know that string is, see. I wonder if we can, ooh, wrapper. So I think that what we want is maybe, so there are two other guys, and I think we have these saved somewhere, right? Can we go to, no, it's .scheme. Can we go to here? So there's CFFI ops and there's CFFI object, and I ended up grabbing these guys. Can we take a look at object? Can we do CFFI object? So I haven't worked with this one yet, but I think this is going to make the definitions a little bit clearer overall. Because CFFI is kind of hell as it currently stands, right? Let's see. And this is sort of its deal, right? Doing classes for foreign types and use them. And do we end up so this is for actually defining the types. Can we look up VA list? Can we do something like maybe VA list Lisp? This might yield something. Although this guy is going to be very useful as well, I think, for our redoing some of our struct definitions. And that was the object. Okay, let's do cffi ops really quick, just to see what this offers us. And this is from the same guy. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Okay, this one is quite good. I like this one quite a bit. This one is going to be a lot less evil, I feel like. Oh, they have a C locally. This is kind of exciting. Okay, let's see. So we should wait a sec. The equivalent list code without CFFI ops is this one. So you do the same like defc fun, and then you have to go ahead and actually use it in your guys. So mem copy is the one they're using in both of these. And where are you living here? So where are you living here? Do we have mem copy? So it's being used in the mains, okay? And then apparently in this one you can just do the clet. This is somewhat hard to follow, I think, but this may keep us from needing to write like hell code. Can we do this with can we go ahead and load this guy and just see if it kills us or not? And can we use it on, say, the client? Can we go to client.lisp? And can we go here? Can we go to Lisp? Can we go to straight Lisp? And can we do client.lisp? And can we do dispatch? So I don't think that we've done a lot of these dispatch style guys here. So where in the grand scheme of things do you live? You live kind of in the display type area. Let's see. Here we go. Display dispatch. Okay, so we're kind of doing these guys here. If we grab this one, you know, I think first can we actually open this guy? Can we let's see, ASDF, let's see, load system, CFFI, what do you call it? CFFI ops. Do we have it? Okay, I think we have it. So how would we define this kind of in this way? If we go here, client, so let's see. I think if we grab this timeout right here, we can maybe get this. So how would you work? How would you work with this? Because this could probably prevent like a lot of just like write bindings and then proceed to write like the next guy kind of situation, which is sort of an arduous undertaking, you know. When using CFFI ops, and then we have the go ahead and look at their guys, right? Like let's look at their guys right here. do we have a set of like, just maybe, do we have a package.lisp here that shows me what is exported? Export C type, CV, C locally, C let, C setf. Okay, foreign alloca. Allocate. Can we go to, I think the let is what we're going to want. I think C let is, this sounds correct. Maybe. Maybe, let's see. Do you live in here? Maybe the C, yeah. Walker? Do you live in Walker? Do you live in macros? Oh wait, we already checked macros, I think. No, we did not check macros. Okay. Equivalent to variable definition in C, but with type inference. Okay, so we need something for like functions, I think, is kind of what we would be looking for. Oh, they just give us memcopy for free. Let's see. Alright, so these are assignment type guys. Yeah, we might not be able to use it in this particular use case. It's this is maybe somewhat unfortunate. As this would require kind of like redefining the struct and how the struct works, which is something we need to do low key. Like if we go here, if we go to util, I do think that we need to make this less horrible. I think, you know, this is sort of the case. Like I think we will need to eventually make this less horrible, but I wonder. Well, one, I think we can't lose sight of like what were we actually doing, right? There's this, and we need to do. Let's see, CFFI lisp VA list. Because this is a bit different than like using a REST argument, I think, which is sort of the we might be entering unknown territory to some degree. This might be the case. Can we look at the kind of implementation of VA list in like a C program a bit more? This might be where we want to start. Let's see. Oh, it's been quite some time since I've done C. Okay, this is sort of... I don't like CPP reference, but let's go ahead and check this. Can we go to variadic arguments in C? Okay. Okay. I need to look at it at the guy being used. Okay. It's a macro which accepts two arguments: a VA list, and the name of the variable that directly precedes the ellipses. Okay. So this is sort of like I know it's like part of the variadic stuff. I remember this, but I do not quite remember how like to, because I know with the variadic arguments you can just pass these in. I think that what we would do in this case is just bind it to a REST argument. Okay, this might be a sort of like def C type sort of scenario, you know? This might be a def C type sort of scenario. So can we go back here? Can we go to the I believe we want to go to CFFI and util, because this guy is kind of used. This guy is kind of used everywhere. This guy is kind of used everywhere. If we grab this, this is, let's see. Work like functions. Okay, I do know how the macros work. To use these functions, we need a variable capable of storing a variable length argument list. This variable is type VA list. So I'm wondering, like, this. Oh, I need to do C more often. Oh God, it is leaving my body a little bit. Okay, Hacker Noon. Here we go. This is also what is I think it's in standard arg.h. Yeah, it's in standard arg. Hello, mysterious new follower. Thank you for the follow. Everyone's a mysterious follower, I think, today, as they say, because Twitch is fucked up on my end. It won't tell me who there is, who's alive. You know. Can we just pull up? Can we just pull up like, can we go to std arg, header. Can we just grab this? Can we grab this guy? Can we just do? Why am I doing this on search? Okay, this is not what I want to do. I want to do it here. Can we go to here? Can we go to home, profile? I believe you would be in lib, right? You would be in lib. No, you would be in share. And this is what? Is this in glibc? No. Where does standard arg.h live? Are you in GCC? Is this no? .h. Am I in the right guy? No, I'm in the wrong guy. That might be the issue there. Okay, it's in include. Okay. Include ass? What? Okay. Libc. std arg. Okay, I think we need to figure out where the hell we search for this guy. Like, where do you live, just so I can look at the actual source code itself? No. Okay. We're kind of on a hunt. For this. I think. Would it be in maybe libc type guy? Is this it? Clang. Is this where we want? Is this where we? Can we find? Can we do find file? Or what do they call this? Find help. Let's see. How do you use this guy again? Do we need to do recursive? All right. No, I think we might be good. If we do find and then we do std arg. No? Do we do it like this? I know you live somewhere. I wonder if we can just, yeah, it's in the libc. So where is libc? Is this core utils? No. Libc. Can we do? I might not have a brain. Okay, this might be. We might be losing the plot a little bit with that. Okay, let's see. Can we just close all of this? Can we just look up? Can we just look up like the actual guy? Can we just go ahead and just look up the guy instead of like trying to search through the GNU store? Here we go. Okay, this is quite evil. This is quite evil. This is... Yeah, I think it just takes a Rust type. Like, we can just kind of like def C type on this. Because if I keep trying to search for it, I'm going to get... I'm going to completely forget, I think, what the original mission was on this. Okay, can we go back to here? Can we go to... they call this guy def C type, right? They call this def C type. This is the guy that we want right here. And what I think we can do with this is... Alright, so we might need define foreign type. Okay, what do you do? What do you do? I wonder if we can just like, because if we do def C type, right? Like if we do this, I think this is sort of the issue with this now that like I'm looking at it is it takes a this guy, right? Which is a C type, and what we want is kind of the reverse of this. We want to be able to take like a Lisp argument and pass it as a kind of like, I guess you would say like C type. Like we want to create a C type from like I guess you would say like, what are they? A lambda list type guy. But this may be perhaps thinking it over a little bit too much. This may be entirely unnecessary, I think, to a degree, but it's like stuck in my head now. It's stuck in my head. Because we do that with in the client with Marshall flags, but this is where it gets tricky. So the question I think is like, let's see. Do we know if we're going to explode into a million if we take the rest arguments here? So this is part of the client.h. So if we go to client core.h and we go to Marshall flags. So like here we're actually taking a variadic setup, right? Like the dot, and we can just use Rust on that, and it sort of works. I think the question is, the thing I am unable to wrap my head around, and perhaps this is thinking about it too long at this point. The thing I am unable to wrap my head around is like if we do this with the server, right? If we do this server style with VA list, are we going to die? Like, will this kill us? You know? I don't think so, right? Like, I don't think so, but I don't know. Um, will this kill us? Will this kill us? Because they state that in here. If we can we die with DuckDuckGo again and here as well. Um, and can we go here? When the compositor has a VA list, and I guess a squared if you're present, because I believe that this might be some. I believe you know about this much more than I do. What what ends up being kind of the difference between a VA list and the ellipses? I think I have kind of forgotten what, or I've forgotten a good deal of C. I think I haven't used it in so long. I haven't. I apologize as well to be like a squared if you're present. I feel like I'm summoning like through like a Ouija board or something. I don't know. I'm wondering. I'm wondering how VA list is like. How we like. What is the difference between this and like the variadic? Because I know that you create a VA list within a variadic function. Like if you look at the implementation of, I think it's printf does this. I think printf does this. Yeah, like they literally do it right here. They do it here. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Oh no, it begins with a so. Okay, this is yeah. So are we just we're just passing the ellipses then to the VA list. Okay, this is what I suppose. Like I was thinking this. I wonder how we would represent this. I think we're just going to do a. Can we go? Can we go here? Because we have post error vargs, and we want to. Okay, I think this is doable. I think we might be back now. So it does indeed kind of do this, right? Like, so if we look at the post error, if we look at, or this is new. I actually don't know this one. So can we go to the server.c Wayland resource post error vargs. Okay. So we're doing the same like. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. Thank you. As well. Look at the Novards version. Thank you. Um, thank you as well for anomalous follower, as they say. Thank you for following. We are kind of in an anomalous zone currently where, uh, Twitch has exploded and I cannot see. Very common pattern. Yes, I do. I recall this in like the implementation of printf. My I have not done C in so long, and so like I'm looking back at it, I'm like, oh, how do I've kind of trapped myself, I think, as well, and like it is beginning to leave my body to some degree. The C programming language. I should do more C. I should I should do that. I need to, or I should do it every now and again to stay on top of it in my memory. Have a VR args version that's real and then a that's user facing. Okay, okay. Because I do know that you pass this, yeah, to the VAs, or like you pass this in. Okay. Um. Uh. Do more Rust. Thank you again, anomalous follower, as they say. You know, this is I cannot see like I cannot tw- the browser's not giving me notifications. I just get I know because it shouts a new hand touches the beacon within my ear holes. You know, this is the case. Yeah, do more Rust. So this is, I mean, this is definitely like, I feel like this is kind of going to happen eventually, is like end up into the Rust zone, because I will say after, I don't know, like, I understand, I think, kind of like what Rust is trying to do a bit more, maybe, from, I'm saying this as like a distant observer, you know, like, I am not confused by types, that's sort of as much. That's the qualifier. I'm not as confused by types as I was once upon a time. Whenever I was like, why does it not want to compile? You know, this used to be the case, but I think that you know, this is sort of the natural progression. I think for post Haskell January is like I'm like Rust would be kind of cool because I could have like some of the cool stuff from Haskell and it not be as painful to do as well at the same time. So we are just binding it to, so it's just a bind basically. So we can just go ahead and pass these rest guys in, right? Like this is sort of like, or I think that we can maybe just create like a, since it's a list, we can probably do like a pointer type guy, you know. I think this is probably what we're going to do is a pointer type guy on the post air vargs. This seems not necessarily evil. And we'll because we don't have a way to define. Oh wait, we have the groveler. Okay, we have yeah, okay, we do have the groveler. I wonder if we can use this. Let's see, is a tool which makes it easier than C. It grovels through the system headers, getting information about types and structures. So we may perhaps be able to use this guy right here to try and get like a version of this that is compliant, I guess would be the way to describe it. Do they have do they have do they have C type? This is I think what we want. Yes. Okay. So actually using the groveler. Actually using the groveler, that's kind of a question of its own. Do we have like a have we done this before? Have we done this before? I don't believe so. Can you go back to Lispland? Can we enter here? Can we go to the ASD? So we're not using the groveler currently, it seems like. But we could be. I think that this guy is ASDF integration. Okay, here we go. So I think we can use this to software might contain 4 files. Ensure that it is so def system depends on. So if we grab that and we go to so you go up near the top. You go up near the top. So we can go sort of add def system depends on and you are called CFFI grovel. Okay. CFFI grovel. Okay, beautiful. Because we also do depend on that. So then we need the grovel. We need the actual grovel file. and this is I'm assuming it then, yeah, define, like, if we create a grovel file, then spits out the wrapper file. Which the question then is, like, how do we actually... Internal packages created by Lisp code, output, okay, so that uses the groveler syntax, and what is this wrapper file type guy? This looks interesting as well. But let's go ahead and add the CFFI grovel file really quick. And we will just do CFFI grovel file, this style, and then CFFI and grovel file. And what do we want to call this? What do we want to call this? We'll just call this grov2 or something like that. No, let's just call it grov. Okay. We'll call this. We'll just call this grov, you know, and we're going to investigate what this wrapper file is in a second, but maybe we should I think Waveflan uses the groveler. We can maybe see what they do with this as well. Can we open a Waveflan? Because I'm pretty sure this is a grovel type guy on many fronts also. So if we go here, deload. Okay, thank you. If we go here and if we go to sources, right? And we passed the bot test. This is the important part, really. Kind of. We were failing this on Codeberg, which was somewhat sad, I think, but also somewhat funny. I feel like. And you live in source, right? Like you live in source. And if we look at the grovel.lisp, this is what they call it. This is what they call it. Grovel.lisp. Okay, so yeah, that's really all we would do then. Something like that. That's quite efficient actually. I kind of like this guy. I kind of like this guy quite a bit. So, we'll call this grov. Can we go to here? Can we go to grov.lisp? If we do that, right? If we do that, and we investigate this, you know, we investigate this again. We see how we do this. We're just going to do a def C type. And you live in... Where do you live? Where do you live? You live in... I think... They have several. Because we want to check it in the grovel version. Okay. Here we go. I think it's more or less the same. Maybe. Maybe it is. Can we go back up to here? And can we go to the groveler again? Okay. Okay. And .lisp describing the features that need groveling. The C compiler is used to retrieve this data and write a Lisp file. .cffi.lisp, which contains the definitions. Okay. C type. Okay, it's not def C type. Lisp name, size designator. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I think we can just do this, and we have to add the includes as well. Um, include specified files, generated C code. So for something like this, we're just doing stand arg currently. So I think also can we see what package this guy is in? Can we see what package you live in here? Can we def package? And I think that these FFI guys, yeah, they sort of like live underneath here. So if we do something like def package, can we do wavement dot grovel? This seems like a good guy. This seems like a good guy. And we'll go ahead and nickname. We will call it Grov. Let's continue with Grov. Okay. And they advise not to use on these. Is that correct? Let's see. Note that it's not a good idea to use when names may clash with, say, CL symbols, or you can use UI up define package. So I think we're mostly good to go there. Because we're just doing VA. So if we use, although I know Wayland has some guys like this as well, like def macro forms, or not def macro, it's define forms, and see that we probably need to unfuck as well after we go through, but I think for right now we'll just deal with this guy. And we're just doing C type. Let's see. And then this is kind of cool too. In a shared library, information and static inline functions and macros are already removed during compilation. Wrapper file enables to write an uninlined function wrapping to call them. A wrapper file. I think this is new. I don't remember this being a guy that like was usable whenever I was like last checking this out. Oh, this is sick. Wait. Okay. A wrapper file compilation loading proceeds as follows. Unlike Groveler, which generates C code that emits Lisp files containing CFFI definitions, it generates C code, compiles it as a shared library, loads the library, generates the CFFI definitions as a Lisp code, and then loads the Lisp code. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Okay. It's kind of low-key insane. Okay. This is going to make things a lot easier during some of the aspects of the rewrite. We're going to go ahead and should not be distributed. ACF will generate these files in its output cache. If you build with multiple architectures, e.g. FS, implementations, it's critical for avoid clashes to keep this cache. Let's see. Okay, I think we're just going to go ahead and do this. So they gave the PID example. I believe this was a thing that I do not think I hallucinated in my brain fully, at least. They gave it right. I may have made this up. Did I? PIDT? No, I did not. Okay, they inlined it. Alright. So yeah, I think we just have to do something like that. This seems like C type, or CFFI, grovel, and I think C, no? Just C type, and then we can do, what do you call it? PID. So they call it PID. We can just call it I believe VA list. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that, and then we will do And this is in standard arg. Okay. Include. And the includes are a series of, I think, strings. If I had to, yep, specify the strings. Do we do the .h after? We do. Okay. I don't think we need this guy anymore. We can close it. Include std arg.h. And so ostensibly, if we go ahead into like here, if we go to sly and we do that, and then if we go down to, if we go down to here, oh, oops. If we go down to here and we do the ASD, ideally, if we reload this, you know, we're going to get an error. Okay, we're going to get an error is what we're going to do. That's fantastic. It's a def package. So if we go back to grov.lisp, so I think that for a case like this, then we need to do maybe in a package, because that's what they do here. So if they have in package with this guy, so we can't def package it. We will go ahead and do in package. So in package, I think that you will be in the, what do we call it? Package.lisp. I think you're gonna live here. I think you're gonna live here. Okay. And do you love me yet? Do you love me? No. Okay. Where are we fucked up? Let's see. Where did we encounter great hell? Okay, that's kind of horrifying. I wonder. Why did we encounter a meteor? That's kind of horrifying. Can we go to that scheme? Is I wonder if this is a geeks moment? Is this it? Is this what we're encountering? Is this a bit of a geeks moment? I think this might be a geeks moment. This is kind of sad. Can we investigate? Where do you... So it's trying to do this guy. It's trying to do this guy, and it is encountering massive error. It is encountering massive great terror from that. Okay, this is I wonder what happens if we do it kind of like this. If we enter a shell here, right? Can we do this? Shell? And I guess it's gonna do substitute for a little bit. Okay, this might be geeks being evil to some degree. Because it looks like GCC is the one getting is where the error is occurring. Which makes me wonder what happens if we grab this whole guy right here and we try it on our end. Like, what's going to occur, you know? I wonder if this is going to build. Are we trapped? Oh, I think it's because we added the POSIX thing. Can we take that out? Can we take that out for now? You live here. Can we get rid of so that we don't have to build that right now? Okay. So I wonder what happens if we take this entire guy and we run it. Like what will it tell us? Okay. Task specifies array type. Okay, so maybe we don't need the type implementation for this. What if we use this perhaps a define? If this is maybe a define guy, this might be define. Let's try that. Can we do define and not burst into a million? Alright, ASD. Okay. Where do we get now? Oh, wait, did that freaking work? Hold on. So it should spit out like 500 files, I think, is what it does next, right? Like, this is sort of the next thing it does. Ostensibly, at least. Or does it in the registry? I think this is. Who are you? Okay, that's. Alright. So if we look here, if we look for. So if we go past the errors here, where does it end up sticking these guys? Okay, so it does it kind of facile style. Okay. Let's see. If we put that here, we can go ahead and actually. Can we go to package? Package.lisp. Alright, FFI util. Can we do, we'll add you under utility. Can we do that? And if that's the case, we might be good to go then. Did you give me any hatred? No? Are we woke now? Are we woke now? Are we woke now? That this is the new question. Can we go back to free desktop? And can we go back to I believe you are in server core core.h. Yeah, and they're calling this guy argp. This is the guy. All right, argp, and do we have? I think we have. Does this kill us? Um, unknown CFFI type. It does indeed kill us. Okay. Okay. Um, can we do this? Can we do this style? And this should not kill us if we do. FFI, util, VA list, and do we die? We do die. We do. Okay. Okay. Can we load package? Let's see. So if we go to graph.lisp, if we do, because that reads it as, so that's not what we want to do. We want to we want to be able to use this. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to, is we want to be able to use this guy. And I think that let's see. If your specification file is example.v, example int will contain CFFI definitions needed by the rest of your project. So like we're obviously doing this part, we're doing this part, and then we get kind of trapped somewhere within the within the guy. Okay. I wonder if perhaps, let's see. And yeah, I wonder if, okay, so how does this end up working for their end is what I'm wondering now. We're probably implementing define incorrectly. This might actually be, this might be it. This might be it. Can we look at the arguments for define? It seemed like it accepted that, so that's, all right, name optional value. Okay. Okay. I think what we're, wait, I have an idea. So if we look at this, if we do this, right, and we let it give us an error. If we go to sci, can we open? And we let it give us an error, right? It's going to, like it gives us that error, right? If we go to the eShell output, cast specifies array type. So I think we can just work with like an array. This is probably the way to go about it, I think. Because elsewise we're sort of trapped in the how do we do a define kind of situation. Finds an additional C processor symbol, which is useful for altering the behavior of included system headers. Because this is defining additional. That's not what we want. We need a we need to just act like a kind of like a type that we can pass. which is where it becomes a bit, I guess, a bit tricky without like ripping open standard arg. So I think we'll just call this BA list. Can we go to util, and can we just define this guy so that I can use it here? And if we do something like cffi def c type, and then we have the name, we'll call this BA list, yeah. And then the base type is going to be pointer, okay. Load. Server.lisp. Do you go? Unknown CFFI type, VA list. Is this because we're ASD? Can we go here? Can we perhaps kill this guy for now? And additionally up here, probably kill this guy for now. And okay. ASD, let's see, okay. If we load system, we do indeed die still. What kills us this time now? So why does this kill us, I wonder? Defining a foreign type VA list. This symbol belongs to the keyword package. Okay, so it's because it's in the package guy. So if we go here, if we go to package, if we kill that for now. Oh, did I put you in the wrong guy? No, you're in the correct one. Util. Am I using this correctly? I guess that is the question now, is, where did you go? Where did def C type? Okay. Oh, okay, I'm a fool. I am a fool. There's only one keyword. Okay. So we gotta do it this style. And then we will be good. We will be, as they say, right as rain. And if we go to server.list, are we... I think we're right as rain finally. Okay. Remembering what I did with this stuff is, this is an adventure. This is an adventure of sorts. I feel like it's kind of fun though. It's kind of interesting. I think, but wow, my brain is kind of microwaved with this. Has been microwaved, like, and I feel like in the time since I was originally writing this, to some degree, it's created. It's been struck by a meteor of some sort. Okay. So we actually did implement all of this. We were originally going to go ahead then with the reader.lisp and unfuck this guy. This is kind of the primary goal here, is make this not horrible and not straight evil. Like, this is kind of this is the hope, you know, I guess would be the way to describe it. The hope is making this not like horrible like format print stuff, you know. So I think we're going to maybe do it like, or do this type guy, but before that, I need to drink water and probably run around in circles a little bit, you know, as they say. I don't know. if you're not running around in circles currently, feel free to uh, run around a bit. You know, I think maybe in the meantime we are going to put on. We are going to. This is the long way of saying we're going to take a quick break while, you know, I ranted as I'm like, what do I pop on that, you know, what jams do I pop on? I think we're, I don't know, I'm kind of feeling I'm kind of feeling no, I don't know, Noida music maybe. This is, you know, this is a good guy. I should do circles. You should. We should all do circles. We should all do circles. You know, this is like, if we all do it fast enough and then the same direction, maybe we can accelerate the spin of the Earth. You know, this is. I've heard people saying this, right? Um, you know, this is how it goes. This is Okay. Um. Okay. We are so back. Okay. The Noida music is kind of funky. Like I kind of like this. A lot. You know. It's got some of the. I let me reactivate to let me because it still says made with secret alien technology on there. Okay, we are so back. It's like okay, do you ever have to like just as they like run around a little bit? Like you ever get you ever be like I need to run around, and then you do, and you come back and you're like, damn, I should play Noida after this. Like this is what I'm thinking now. Like listening to the Noida music, I'm like I haven't played this in forever. I should try this again. And I don't know. Um, Play around in the blood, and the oil, and the other various there it's a very liquid based game, I think there's so many liquids in it. It's kind of interesting. I feel like I, I I feel like but we are kind of so back. I think we are so back. We are so back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I feel like I'll just keep saying we're so back over and over if I do not prevent it. If I do not if I do not rein myself in and be like, time to talk like a human being, instead of like a child saying 6 7, like this is I must remind myself of this at times, but yeah, we're kind of back. That's what we're saying. That's what we're kind of saying. So how the fuck do we want to fix this? Like the reading kind of setup, because I think the reader itself isn't the worst thing in the world. Like these are all kind of like pretty standard guys, right? But I kind of want to do this in a way that's not straight up. I guess I I kind of I okay. I want a bit more type safety. Basically, is sort of what I've been thinking. This is kind of this is kind of the crux of the issue here. Is I kind of want like to try and at least implement a degree of like type safety in this. And I'm wondering how we would go about doing that, right? So this parses the yeah, this parses this guy to a list. Okay, so we're gonna probably have to take a look at the implementation a little bit of XMLS first, right? Let's see, XMLS, Lisp, not Lisp, yes. Steel Bank Common Lisp. This is my this is my guy right here. This is my uh I feel like there's gotta be a better like XML parser than this one, because this one's quite it's quite old. Can we do common Lisp? What do you call it? What do you call it? Cookbook, right? They call it this XML. They call it XML. Is this it? Is this it? Yes. No, that is not it. Do we do parsers? Do we have no? Can we do parsers? Can we do parsers? Do you exist? Okay, you do not exist either. Can we do what is it called? Um, awesome CL. Is this the yeah? This is it. This is it. Yeah, this guy is kind of cool. I like how this is a thing that people do is make lists of things that make these. I'm a big fan of these. So we've been using XMLS, right? I So this one has an incremental. Okay, this is actually kind of exciting. I wonder. Oh, you can read Excel file. What the hell? Okay, that's great. That's kind of great. So I think with yeah closure. So does this only work with closure common Lisp? No, right? But this one seems like it's much older. Okay. I don't think we. I don't know. We'll probably keep this guy because I think he's just used quite literally right here. If we go to the actual XMLS, small, simple, non-validating parser. I don't know. I think what I think in my mind is like, is there a way to parse XML without having to think about XML? And I think that's sort of, I don't think that really exists necessarily. I think that you're kind of, you know, it I am not I'm not a big fan of XML. I guess this is let's see XML representation as Lisp structures. In the structure representation, a node is defined as followed. Let's see, name and as attributes. All right, so we have node representation. So I wonder if see the interface is straightforward. The two main functions are parse and talkxml. Okay. So we've been using the what do they call this? They call this the parse to list. This is what has kind of been the mainstay. But I'm wondering I'm wondering if it would be better kind of in this case to okay so around write XML. So this is for the writing. So I'm wondering if we could get this to do a bit more work for us because right now we're putting these guys in a kind of like fucked up objects, right? Like this ends up translating into a series of like these type things, right? Like we're just doing this. We're just doing this, which is kind of I feel like a weird way to do it. Can we see what we have access to? So like if we do we have in data? Are you in tests? I think tests data. Do we have small? Do we have small XML? Okay, we do have small. What if we take small, right? And we do XMLS parse. So I think parse will quash errors. Okay, what do you mean quash errors? Let's see. Quash revert to quashing errors. Okay. What do you mean quash errors? Okay, what the hell does this mean? Am I is this a word? Is this a word? I'm thinking squash, right? Quash. Definition. Is this does this exist as a? Oh, it's a word. What? Wait, what? To put an end to or destroy. Wait. I'm kind of losing it, but squash is a word, right? Like, wait, squash means to quash? What? Wait, hold on. Oh, this is okay. That's kind of Uh, hold on. Squash squash versus quash. I can't be the okay. This is a new one for my I guess for my lexical scope. You know, this is we're gonna have to consult the grammarist, I guess. I don't know what this is. They want me to get free worksheets. They want me to do advertising. Okay. Hello, thank you, new anonymous follower. This is my special BOGO deal. All followers are anomalous until my internet acts right. But thank you. Indeed, Niche Penguin. This is the case. We just learned that quash is a word. This is kind of crazy. Uh, this is kind of crazy. This is how many of these do they have out there? How many of these do they have? You know. Um, okay, that's kind of crazy. If compressed white space is non-nil, current nodes will be trimmed of white space, and empty white space strings between nodes will be discarded. So it tells us that, right? I'm guessing that quash errors means to, you know, the annihilation of all error. This sounds quite nice. This sounds quite nice. Do we have what directory are you in? Can you go up? Can you go up? Again, can we go to tests data small.xml? Uh, something like this. Is this it? Is this the is this what we want? Do we do it like parse? Yeah, parse source, and source is either a string or an input stream. So I believe for this then, in that case, we would need to do a with open file. Okay. So can we defar quash? Can we do this? Yeah, and we'll do it like that. Looks like, yeah, that will surely that's surely not a word, and therefore will not collide with anything in the world. If so, that would be insane. I guess. So we want a stream. I'm wondering. I wish we had like a slurp, right? Like this would be epic. If we could just but I think we have to read it line by line. Okay. So it goes. So it goes, I guess. This is probably a better way, I guess, in this regard anyway. But I do truly wonder with this. Because if we can get it like to not be like messed up strings that I used whenever I didn't know how, like whenever I did not know how the like objects worked in Lisp, this is quite nice. So I think we'll honestly we might be able to just do that right here so that we can load it like a normal style. So can we do defun xmls or we'll do parse, yeah, we'll do parse xml. And we will do f for file, and let's do something like, let's grab this guy here. I think this is what we want, and we're going to pop it here. And instead of list, we are going to do f, because why is it called a list? You know, this is kind of the question. If we do it like that, what do we get? What do we get if we parse? If we parse XML, I think this is in scanner now. Something like this guy is this does not exist. Okay, you're not real. You're not real. Can we do? Is it Wayland scanner? Scanner. And then we can do parse XML. Okay, you live like that. This is, you know, perhaps for the best, I guess. So it goes. But that is something I sometimes wish with Sly. I'm like I like that I like it that it's smart enough to know where this is coming from. But then I'm like, can you just let me have it, you know? But so it parses like this. Oh, that's because we're still doing parse to list because I did not change that. Okay, if we do it like that, can we actually just hop into the can we do in package Wayland scanner? Okay, so now we should be able to just do it this style. Okay, so this gives us object. This gives us crazy fucking object. Okay. Okay. So we have crazy fucking object from this. So if we can actually break this down, that will, I think, be a bit of a less fucked up way to do all of this, right? Because then we actually get the what are they? We don't have to worry about like handling the attributes ourselves, which has been a bit of a thing. So I think if we have this guy, right? If we have this guy, if we have parse XML, and then let's start with the copyright, I guess. Where is protocol? You're in here. So we'd want to kind of like rework this like parse protocol style. I think for this as well, what we're going to do just for some better annotation is, can we go to, it is called Serapium? Serapium, is this it? Serapium of Sakara. This is not what I wanted, but that's kind of cool. Okay, that's kind of sick. Yeah, I want Serapium Lisp. You know, this is the guy I want. Because I think we can get some good things from this. You know, good things come from this. I think is what they say. Is what they say. If we go to, can we go to types? Yeah. Okay, here we go. I think this might kind of be what we want, but I think in addition to that, there are, if we go back to awesomecl.com, right? And we enter this. We have what are they? Typing. This is kind of it. So this gives us some of these guys right here. We might work with this. I don't really know if this would be this feels kind of like the type of space that you would want to use something like this. We can see if it works, and we can hope, I guess. The issue is kind of, it needs to have a top level, I guess, is the primary issue here. Getting started. Let's see. If we start with intro to Colton, what do you live in, or what lives in here? What can you give me? Can you Unlike Common Lisp, Colton's standard library is organized as a large collection of packages. For example, string related are in string, refer to the reference for a complete list. When making a new project, you will want to define a new package and establish standard library imports. Do not use CL or Common Lisp packages. Um, oh, we might be in a bit of trouble actually with something like this. Then I think this is like a wants to control like a lot of the world guy. This might be a kind of like wants to use the whole world guy. That being said, we sort of were able to get some. I think we could probably use this in some parts of it. Um, I'll have to play around with this some though. I am back. Colton, how did we get here? Oh, welcome back. I was looking at this, right? Because uh, I want to unfuck the parser. This is essentially what it comes down to. And I was looking at this guy as a possibility for type annotations or something of the sort as we go through this. I feel like this would be a nice thing to have, just so our eggs are all in their proper baskets. But I think this guy kind of wants to control everything. I think it's one of those ones, which we can't quite do, unfortunately. I think, though this will be fun to play around with. I think somewhere down the line, uh, but we are kind of we're kind of figuring out like how do we make it non-evil. I'm wondering if perhaps, you know, can we look at parsnip again, because this might end up just kind of being the way. I think, um, for our translations, or this might be helpful to some degree. Because let's see. Let's see. What are we having here? I guess a better question as well is at first is like what is the work that XMLS already does for us? This is this is also a question. This is also a question. I have brought almost all the parsers from the Haskell/parsec guy and the parsnip. This is kind of exciting. This is really, I don't know. This is very cool to me. I think what we're going to wind up doing is can we have this guy? Can we have it? Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. We may be able to use this once we kind of get to like some of the, I guess you'd say more tricky parts of it. Like once we're dealing kind of like with a bit more of a case of type coercion. This we're probably going to do this. Ooh, okay, a link. This is exciting. Can we open this? GitHub.com/fade parsnip. Okay, this is kind of exciting. Um, okay, this is uh, from parsector. Oh, workflow. Okay, this is we want to look at commits. can I have commit without signing in? They want you to sign in everywhere these days. It seems. This seems like this is a thing now, right? Like everywhere you go, they want you to sign in, and it's kind of crazy. Underworld and Friends. I like this name. Um, oh, this is kind of cool. Okay, I like this. I'm wondering if we can use something like this for like, because the easy part I think is like so there's kind of like two parts to this, right? And I'd say the easy part is this guy, the XMLS library. It does quite a bit of the work for us, um, and then we have why do we have two versions of this open? That's a better question. Um, can we can we close one of the XMLSs? Okay. Um, so the XML, like the XML part, this is rather simple. I think the where we run into the difficulty is eventually this has to become C programming, and that is where it starts to get ugly. I think. I, I I wonder if the parsnip aspect will be useful for this. I imagine so, or not C programming. It has to become Lisp code. That's kind of the thing. Is we have to generate Lisp code like with this XML information. This might this is probably where it will begin to be useful. But I'm thinking with these guys, we can kind of stick it inside of some objects. So if we do this guy right here, if we do Serapium, I think this is something that we will want. This is something that we will want. So at least for the type defs, because I feel like this is kind of like a thing. This is a so if we go here. And if we go here, can we see if we actually go to package? That's where we want to go. And what is it called? Use from is no. No. It is they call it packages CL cookbook. Um, JSON and C parser examples in parsnip. Okay, this is good. This is what we want ultimately. You know, um, this is packages. See, okay, we had cookbook advertising. I'm thinking it because it's called use from no, something from import from. Okay, there we go. Um, this is what we want. We want import from. So if we end up depending on in the ASD, if we end up depending on, they call this guy, they call it what are you called? You're called, can we go to here? Can we go to ASDF load system, no. Can we go to here? Serapium is this it? Is this what you're called? Serapium. Okay, I think that is what we want. Serapium. So if we have that, right? If we have that, and we import from in the scanner. Where is scanner? Scanner, import from, and you are called, yeah, Serapium, right? And we load system is maybe. Um, huh. Oh, I'm a fool. Okay, okay, okay. Import from. That's what we want, and we want this guy. That okay. What a fool I was. No. So how do we do this? Because I think that. So this might be just kind of be like a use package fuck, you know? Can we do a UI op def package? Can we get rid of that? UI op okay. Define or def package. No, we are using not. So it's not the thread. It's not the thread guys. I am aware of these guys, the threading macros. This is for like declaim annotations more so, just because it is kind of a it's kind of annoying to write the declaim annotations. You know. Yeah, it's called define package. Can we do this UI op style? Can we do that? Can we kill? Oh, oops. Can we kill that one? Does that work? Okay. What happens if we go to CL? If we go to ASD? What happens if we load system? Are we fucked? Okay. Okay, we're not fucked. Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah. So, and that's why I want to import only this one is because there are. I know about the. Are you writing the types of, or before you know if you need to optimize? Isn't this premature? So I kind of want them. I think for like the annotations, like I know. So like this is perhaps like Haskell braid, I think, on my front, but I kind of want it for myself. So this is kind of like what I've been looking at is it's Serapium is the name of this guy. It is what is it? They call it like a I don't know a secondary thing to the Alexandria library kind of setup. And I kind of I kind of fuck with this. I like being able to do this after I don't know. This is perhaps my holdout from Haskell. Yeah, I had heard of this one. I think whenever I had started this, right? Whenever I had started this grand adventure, but I did not know what the hell I was doing. So I think if we look at the original kind of like depends on this, it was somewhat weird. Like, why am I depending on this guy? You know, why why am I doing this whenever it would be easier just to roll my own, so to speak, in terms of the documentation. Although this guy is kind of cool looking, you know, why am I these sorts of things? You know, like why I don't know. This is the case. My I don't know. I feel I've become a bit more understanding of what's in the ecosystem as of late though. But basically, I just wanted to grab that so that we could do something of the nature of they call this this guy, and then you do parse XML, and we want this to take we want this to take a string. Is this the yes, they call it this style. Yeah, they call it this style. And we want it to return So if we do this, if we do something like this, what are we returning? You know, can we say txml? Yeah. If we do something like this, what do we wind up returning? Type of txml. Okay, and so yeah, we return a node type. So I think it would end up looking something like this: XMLS node. Okay. Does this variable parse XML is unbound? Did I fuck up the syntax? Did I fuck up the syntax? This is I don't think so. Huh. Okay. Yeah, the claim args the values, so you should be able to just pop it over the top of that guy. I don't believe I did anything with great evil on this, right? Where are you pulling this from? Where are you pulling this from? This is because this should be what happens if I Serapium and then arrow? What happens if I do it like that? So that works. That works. Okay. That does not. Okay. So we're having issues with the actual package definition. It seems like where is package? Let's see. So I wonder why it's not grabbing this. Your import is not right. This might be the case. Because we're importing from this, right? It gives us true. I think would we okay. Either way, we don't need to put everything on its own line. We could probably do something like this. And can we look at what are they called? What are they called? Import from. Give me import from. All right. So if we do it like that style, we can do import from, and let's see. And it's kind of, I don't know, it is somewhat somewhat of a tricky situation, I think, in this case. Ostensibly what we can also do in this situation is it looks like we can run an import at the top of the file. We might be able to do this, but this should be. Oh, okay. I'm a fool. I am a fool. Okay. You must excuse my foolishness. It has been some times that I've done this. I believe that yeah. This is how it has to go. You know, this is how it has to go, I think. And then that should work. That should work. Yeah. Okay. You must, as they say, excuse my foolishness in this case. So this will give us a. Can we grab this guy? Can we do this? Can we do a defvar defvar, and then we want to call this txml, and then special, or kind of a special a def parameter. Yeah, I think perhaps. I think you're correct on that. This is just kind of our like test version. Can we actually specify test XML? This is primarily for the investigation of this guy as well. So how do we? Because originally this was just doing a list and kind of walking the list, but it was a little bit convoluted, and there were issues with these guys known as nil. You know, there were issues with this guy known as nil in the whole process. So we're dealing with a type of an XMLS node, which has name, namespace attributes, and it looks like children. Okay, perfect. So what sort of utilities do they give us to work with this is kind of the next question. I believe that I saw they have a few different guys for this, right? There are a few different guys. Except, let's see. Compressed white space is non-nil. Content nodes will be trimmed of any of white space, and empty white space strings between nodes will be discarded. So we probably do want something like this, I think. I really want to know what quash errors does. This is kind of what the hell. This is kind of what are we? What is? Where does it even live? Do you live in quash? This was a new thing, by the way. I was not aware. Before I began this, that quash was a word. This is a word that exists, you know, and I'm like, oh, I did not. This is kind of insane to me. I feel like. So these are all test files, right? Can we? No, can I? Okay. Give me the raw. Thank you. Quash. No. See. So they don't quite tell us there, do they? But all they tell us here is that it exists. Revert to quashing errors and call to XMLS parse. Okay. I think we may end up yeah, I think in a case like that, we may end up being pretty okay with that. They are doing 3 spaces. That is the kind of, that's the new line type guy. So what all do they give us? I guess, you know, instead of hunting down the meaning of to quash, you know, what do they give us? So this is to and from the XML expressions. So we have the nodes, right? We have multiple children. Yeah. So we want to find. Well, let's just hop into it since we have this guy right here. The first question is sort of how do we parse out the you know, the protocol, you know, this is the case. Like how do we get the kind of like protocol in it, like get just that. So XMLS and then let's see, do we find, do we node, what, well that is just the And then what do we call this guy? Test XML? What does this give us? Okay, so that does give us a list of the children. And I think from that, we're going to want to find the node that is indeed the copyright guy. This is what we desire in our hearts currently, I think. So if we have something like this, you know, do they give us a like XMLS? Do they give us a node name? What do you do? What do you do? Well, that's just the name getter. Do we have find? Do we have see? Do we have? So I think what we could do is kind of like a searcher for this. Yeah, so what if we had a guy right here for the reader? And this means that ideally, like, for all these, you know, like, we kind of low-key can get rid, you know, like, of all of this. But not right now. And then we can kind of, what do they call this? What do they call this? I'll just say end, get rid of. So for this guy right here, we have a few different things that we need to look for. We need the protocol, right? We need copyright. We need argument lists. And these sort of, they follow like a, you know, an XML like hierarchy, quite literally. They follow a hierarchy, I guess, XML style. So what we can go ahead and do then is probably defund, and I think if we look at the original, guy, if we look at the original guy, so I think what we can do is a case of maybe like protocol name P. This seems like a thing that we would want. XML name P. So if we call this XML node, yeah, this is what we want. Node name P. Okay, and this can take a you know, like a string for the name, and then I think we can also go ahead and take the, you know, like the specific node, which will just be I can just call this node. So what does node P do? Because like ostensibly we're always dealing with nodes, right? Right? Nil. Oh, because that would be a list of the children. Okay. True. Okay, beautiful. All right, perfect. So honestly, all this would do is a, what is it, string equal, and then they call this the node. I wonder what node NS is. And this is one of the accessors. Okay, yes. So I think something like that. And then we want either, you know, we either want T or we want, we want either, yeah, let's just see, type, yeah, if we do something like type of, and then, this will probably cause an error. No. This will probably cause an error. Yes. Unbound. Beautiful. So I wonder if we need the type cases in this. We do want to check if it's a node, right? So let's see what we can go ahead and do kind of in that regard. If they have, if there is anything that will kind of like assure that. So this is for RF. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Um, they. Ooh, this is kind of neat. All right. Oh, they do provide us. They provide us booleans, I guess. Okay. This is that's kind of unnecessary. We kind of have the So I think that really what we want to be able to do is first like maybe check the like I think I'm wondering with a string, like because we're essentially gonna catch this kind of like with the type checker here, but it might be good to have like kind of like a I guess a bit of a better error. So like the node is a bit more of a tricky one. What we might want is to actually catch the type of we'll want to catch the type of the node name. So something along these lines. So like um so something like if not string what is it, string p, and then we want to do the node name. Yeah, we want to grab this guy. In fact, we can do it a little bit better like this. So let n and then error throwing. Okay, this is another one. I where would you live here? Okay. Because I wonder if error is the one that we want to use. I know there's a few different guys and kind of this wheelhouse of sorts. There's a few different error cookbook. Okay, I forgot to say common Lisp. Okay, I I think that we really wouldn't want to deal with like the handler case, perhaps, because there's not much that we can do kind of in that case. I think, other than, or is it the restarts? Yeah, maybe. This might be it. We might want to grab one of these guys. Yeah. Um, let's see. So if we do this, I wonder, how does one get user input from this? Perhaps. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Um, I don't know actually. Hmm. I think with something like this, the problem is a bit more so the case that like if we're like low-key, if like we don't have the name attached to it, we've already kind of fucked up, I think, the parsing. So this may not be the way. I think this might be overthinking it a little bit out once more. You know, this is such as the common case, I think, that occurs with so you know, so it goes, I guess. I think that then we just want to say something along the lines of like error format t, and then we can say no name for node, and then I wonder if there's a way to like grab just that node minus the children. Let's see. I think yeah. I think we just print the whole node in this case. Okay. We do something like this, and then yeah, something like this guy. And I think after that we can go ahead and so if we have this, because the node's name is protocol, and the child's name is copyright. Okay. So let's see if we can run that one through there and get what we expect. So if we do node name p, and we would want to do protocol and our guy, which is test-xml. Right, true. What if we do meow? What if we do meow? What if we do meow? No? Okay, perfect. What if we do XMLS make node, and give it nothing, and then we get it's not a string designator. Okay. So I think we're falling through into the yeah, we're low-key falling through. Okay, that's kind of odd. Let's see. Def parameter. Can we do test empty, and then XMLS. Let's see. XMLS make node. All right. And what do you give us? Okay. What happens if we get the node name from that? All right, node name. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Test empty. So we get null. And then what if we do, yeah. So we do something like this, you know. I wonder why it's not triggering the error. Okay. Bleh. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Ooh, this is tricky. Okay. Huh. Perhaps we could just catch it like this if we swap these two guys around. So if we do something like this right here, and we kill here. Do you do correct? Do you work? Are you evil? Yeah, we are falling through on the. Oh no, this is the no, we're falling through into the string equals type guy. This is. Yeah, because if we do something like that, right? Hmm. Okay. Huh. Oh, I'm a bit of a fool. Okay. 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 Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we've been going 4 hour style. I think this might be the case. I think my um I think my brain might be melting a little bit. Okay. Test empty. Cause you give that. Yeah. Okay. I think I don't know. We may go for maybe another 10 or so minutes or get to the copyright and then this you know we shall reach our conclusion. But I think that I don't know. For something like this, we can do. You're gonna take a string and also is it this guy? Yeah, we're gonna grab these two guys and we kind of expect it to. Do we have Boolean type? Because I know that we have the I think I forgot to go this style. Okay, yeah. All right. So we're able to pull the node names from there. If we look back at test.xml really quick, I think the next thing we want is ultimately we're going to want like a child iterator kind of guy. Like this is kind of the next thing that we want is like a sort of like iter child. I think is like, or this is the next thing I'm thinking about at least. We do also want the like kind of like attributes, right? We also kind of we do want this guy, but I'm wondering, can we do defun? Can we call this iter child? And then for this, let's say something like, see if node, I don't know, node's name is equal to str. All right, that sounds good. That sounds good. And something like this: iter child node. How do we want to work with this one? Actually, this will probably. Ooh, this is kind of a tricky situation actually, because we want to be able to like use the same. I think that's what we would actually need, is something like what would you call this? What would you call this? Something like, you know, next child maybe. This is kind of this might be the guy. This might be the no, we'll do iter actually, because this is what I'm thinking is, if we have like a list, like if we go to test, yeah, if we go to this, right, and we go to XMLS, node, what do they call this? Node children. Because you see this returns a list of various children. You know, this is kind of the case. And what it would be nice to do is like walk through this like one by one and handle them accordingly. I think for this we can do something like this would take a list. Okay, yeah. What we would want to be able to do is like knock the car off of it and just pass in the cdr, and that'll be kind of like the whole thing that this does. Which, for that, can we actually call it something like, that makes a bit more sense, I think, cdr child. Okay. And we want to take a list of nodes. So this is what we will be doing. We'll take a list of nodes and basically, yeah, just do that. Knock off the first one. These aren't obscured behind the type. It's just a pure list, correct? Okay. And I think that what we can do is like car child and then cdr child, or we'll do cdr right now. Which really, this will just kind of be a wrapper like around like the actual cdr itself, just to make sure that we are getting nodes themselves. So we can do sort of, I believe this is done in the, not the CFFI. Can we go into Lisp? Can we go into util? So we do something like this. I think it's just this assert class guy, which probably also needs to be rewritten. But you know, this is a different story entirely. I guess this shall be approached elsewhere. But I think that what we can go ahead and do is just I don't know if we want to use assert is the only thing. We'll be fine using assert. I believe we will be fine. And I think we'll want to map this. Yeah, okay. And like, ideally we're not going to get any non-nodes out of this guy, but I don't know. This seems like it might be good to at least assure that. So if we map car lambda x, so the assert So if we do something like type p, oh, unknown type specifier. Okay, they are exploding me. Okay. Yeah, so we can do something like that. Oh, that's not what we want. We want this guy. Type P, and then X XMLS node. Okay. And what all does assert take for a assert test form optional places datum rest arguments? Okay, what does this look like in actual? What does this look like in actual? So it does give us the optional guy. Let's see. List of values that can be changed. Okay, this is this is where we can probably use this guy right here at least. And for something like this, you know, let's see. I don't know, non-node a and list a. We'll say non-node element. Okay, perfect. Non-node element A and list A, and we will just go ahead and we will grab X and LST from there, and you will belong to the LST. Okay. So assuming that we aren't fucked, you know, like this, like then all we're really just gonna do is CDR list. Oh goodness. Oh, what in the world? I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Assuming that we're not fucked, we should be good at that point. And let's see. Do you work? Do you work? Critter child? Okay, perfect. Can we do something like this? Okay. I think similarly for this guy. Similarly for this guy, we're gonna do. I mean, really, all it's gonna do list and list, or list and list. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. So if we run that on, if we run that on this guy, can we do def parameter, and can we call this children, or test children? Yeah. No. Abort. Oops. Okay. There. And can we do something like critter child test children? Okay. And then we can do. I saw this. What is this? What is critter safe? Is this just or nil if x is not a cons? Okay. So this is just so that we can do something like this guy. So I think similarly, all we would really want next is something like car child right here. And the only difference is that instead of like doing a map car on this, we don't need to. We don't need a map car on that. We can just do something like car child. And can we grab here? Can we kill? Thank you. Can we? Let's see. So I think in this case, what we can go ahead and do is go about it like let see car list. Yeah. Okay. This will be a good form for this one. And do you go? Do you do the thing? Right? And what happens if we car this, right? Oh, not type list. We want a node. Okay. I am aware that this does not match. This is, as they say, intentional. And so that's how we would get the node. Okay. The children is a bit of another tricky situation because, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with the big string in a car, I think it's just... Because in all other cases, what we are doing is... Like, this is just a string, so... I wonder what other things we can do with the children, at least for right now. I think, probably something... I think, because these will end up terminating into either nil or some form of string, I think, in all cases here. Or not string, but like a list containing a single string. These are sort of like our cases here, I think. So I think something along this kind of route would be... What we would want is maybe like two transformers in this case. Something like this, I think. Okay. It's kind of like a string puller that's like abstracted behind a function. Maybe this is what we want, I think. Something like child arrow string type deal. I don't remember if you do this in Common Lisp. I know this is a bit of a schemism, I think. This is a bit of a schemism, but so it goes, I guess. So it goes. What we kind of want to do with that then is we'll take like a child, We'll take a child right here. And sort of once more, we just kind of want to... we will have kind of like the type of surety if we like grab this guy and put it here. I think this is... Or we don't want a child, we want a node. Yeah, we want a node in this case. And that's what we're taking as well, is we're taking a node right here. And we want to return a string. So something like this guy. Child string node, and then string. Yeah, something like this. And then really all this is going to have to do in that case, if we have that up there, is we can just kind of straight up be like, no, what is it? XMLS node, XMLS child. Yeah, XMLS node children node. And what we want to do, I think, is also like ensure that it's a single length list is kind of the other thing. And we have this. And then we do something like node children, right? And we get we get this guy. We get this guy. And really all we want to do is have like kind of like a check for the length on the one hand, you know? And then so we know that we are getting a node right here. So I think what we want to test then is just probably another, like, this will probably end up being another kind of like assertion type guy. I don't know. I feel one part of me is like, I think in my mind, I hear what is it like? I know this is a thing that like some people talk about like with regard to at least in C is like using asserts in the final like program. I do not know if this is like a big deal that carries over to other languages, but I do wonder. In the case of the scanner, like this is a tool that gets used ostensibly once, you know, or you know, like you're generating these guys once. It's not a sort of like runtime slowness. I don't know. I wonder. I kind of perhaps I should look into this, like the kind of speed differences. This would kind of be a fun thing to look into. But this is, this is I guess I don't know. Yes, yeah. I think we want to actually kind of do like an and type guy right here. Like we want to know that we're going to get like a string, you know, on the one hand. But this would probably be, we'd probably want to do two different guys just so we can specify the error messaging between them. So if we do something like length, do something like, yeah, if we do let child, yeah, chld, if we do something like that, and then we can assert the length. So if we do kind of this style, chld, and we want this to equal 1. That is our golden number, I think. Equal 1. Okay. And then once more, if not, like we have fucked up severely and must pay the price. In this case, the price is node. You know, this is I want to say something like this perhaps. We'll go this style. So format T and let's see. I guess I don't know what would we say length, I don't know, must be, here let's do this. yeah, node children, I don't, length, not bust, must be 1. Um, or we can actually specify kind of like the node here. Node children length of A is A, you know, and not 1. Okay. I don't know. This seems like this seems like a deal of sorts, you know. And we will do node and then I think after this after this one, I think we can go ahead and just do the copyright or try this kind of on the copyright and be good to go on that front. Um, and then this is not an assert for the length. After that, we want to ensure that it is, you know, what are we dealing with? String. We want it to be a string. And we'll do something like child of A is not a string. Yeah, okay, this seems good. And then yeah, once we have that, it would, you know, we would just want to, what would we want? We would want to, we just want to car this guy. Let's see. Okay. Do you work now? Okay, true. Are we true? Um, so we have if we have these, if we have something like this, you know, ostensibly this would be, if we go here, if we go to protocol.lisp, you know, we can then stick these guys inside of here. I think you do the type like this style. Like we would go this guy as well. And is this how it goes? Is this how we do it? Is this how we? I believe this is the case. I believe that what we would do is something of the nature. Do we have any def classes here? Do we have in util any def class? Yeah, we would just kind of go this style. We would go kind of this style. And let's see. So I think that perhaps what we would want is maybe to parse the copyright into its own little guy first, you know, which would be something like defun parse copyright. And then for this, I think that, you know, we're just taking a node. This is pretty much it. This would just be the case, is we would just want to take a node in this case, I think we would also want to. I wonder if there is a way to feed new lines like to the writers. So like if we go to here, can we take a look at write comment? No, you're not there. Where does write comment live? Are you a description guy? Are you? Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, we've been doing fucked up evil with this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I recall this now. This seems a little silly, I think. This seems well no oh, because I think some were tabs as well. Hmm. I definitely want this to not be as evil. I think that's the only way I can think to describe it currently. At least this part. We'll probably end up using the p or the like regex or have to use the regex for it just because Wayland is kind of messed up whenever you end up parsing it. Um, but if we do something like this, right? If we do something like this, and we want to be able to grab the node, and we want to probably, yeah, just assert something like node name p, and what is the name we are dealing with here? Sly, can I enter? Can I enter the Sly zone? And can I have copyright? So you are called copyright. Okay. Okay. Protocol. Oh wait, oops. Copyright. Okay. And then I don't know. In this case, our issue, we take umbrage with the fact that we take umbrage with the fact that we expected for I don't know. We'll do node name got. Yeah, we'll do something like this. This, and then we will do so that will probably ensure okay enough that we're kind of in the right spot. And then scanner, oops, enter reader. And then yeah, if all goes swimmingly in that case, we can just go something like child a string, and we can go ahead and do. Ideally, this should just go ahead and if we plug it in here, if we plug it in right here, and then test XML, right? What we would end up needing to do is the way it would kind of look like for this is yeah, no children. And we would grab this guy, and then I think it's the first, right? Like, it is our it is our I think this is our firstborn. Yes, this is our firstborn. So from there we could do something like car child, and lastly, so if this kind of setup works, you know, we know that we know what we're doing in our brains. I think. It failed horribly. Okay, okay. Oh, I did write copyright. Oops. Parse. Okay. It did work. Okay, we are so back. We're so fucking back. Oh my god. And eventually we'll be able to do like a parse and a writer. I think is kind of the ultimate goal here. Is that because all of this is kind of in one single fucked up kind of guy. This kind of sucks. You know, I don't know. It's kind of this is the I think this is the part of the program that feels like pure hell to me. I guess. And whenever I look at it, like I'm like, oh my god, what was I thinking? Kind of situation, you know. But perhaps this is just me. But also I hadn't ever really written like a parser of this type before. Especially not in Steel Bank Common Lisp. You know this. You know how it goes in this wild world. Nil conflicts with the asserted type of string. I don't think we aren't nil though. We indeed we want a string. You know, this is. Oh, okay, okay. Um, they mean here. They mean here. Can we do something like what do they call it? Air adding an error type in the sky. This is the case. Error C or something like this, and then name, please. I don't know. We'll fix this. We'll cross this bridge when we get there. You know. I think for now let's just give it no, so that we know that there was a problem. Otherwise, or we can give it an empty string so that it's not mad at us. You know. But I believe later, because I believe in interface we were doing error type guys at some point. But I could be incorrect. Maybe it was not the interface. I don't know. My I think I don't know. I think that is that is it for the day kind of situation. We are. I think thank you for hanging out. You know, as they say. I am going to I'm going to I don't know, take a nap? Question mark. I'm going to play video games. I'm going to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines for 3 hours after this. You know, this is kind of the case. But I don't know if you ever want to hang out. You know, and talk and etc. and all of that jazz. There are locales. And also I don't know. Where do we go? I think is kind of the next question. Is kind of the next question. Hello, hi, Shock Dota. Hello, hi. We are entering our departure, I think. But hello and hello. Where do we go? I don't know. Who is doing things? Who is doing things? Ooh. I think, where we will go, This is always the hardest choice. This is like choosing your starter Pokemon. I feel this is how it feels in my heart. I'm like I am. Oh, this is Common Lisp is the language. It is. It is. Okay, so this is Common Lisp. I guess we will see the language before we go. Yeah. If you are, or or from your Emacs config. So Emacs is based like eLisp, is based to some degree off of Common Lisp. They have very subtle differences, I would say. I'm not too well versed in eLisp. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's but this is Clojure mostly. I'm a big Clojure fan as well. So I so yeah, I'm a huge fan of Clojure. I would say as well. Like I have I guess we would say do we have the website? It's probably ill formed. I have not worked on it in too long, but we if we go like here, right? Like this is all a mix of Clojure and like Clojure script. This is like like things such as this. But yeah, I'm a fan of Clojure. Um, it's it's cool. I don't know. It's probably if we had to do like a if we had to do kind of like a Lisp ranking in this case. If we have to do a Lisp ranking in this case, something like this. How would it look? Like top. I don't know, like top five Lisps of all time. Like something like this. If we did something like this, I feel like Common Lisp. This is kind of like, parentheses. SBCL. So this is where it gets tricky, right? This is where it gets tricky. I think Clojure. I do think Clojure in my mind, but then, but if you do you know about this guy? Fennel Lang. Do If you're aware of this guy, I am very fond of the Fennel programming language. This is perhaps I think my second, if only because it targets Lua. This is Hot Lua or something like that. This is probably second. This is probably second for me. I think after that we would say something like Fennel. Oh wait, I already put Fennel. We would say Clojure. This is maybe a coming in hot at third. Geez, now we're getting into the weeds of it. Now we're getting into the weeds of it. I know, Guile scheme. Yeah, I think this is kind of the case, and then also like I'm I'm not a fan. I will admit I'm not a huge fan of eLisp. I do use it because it is the uh it is a I don't know. I'm not a fan of eLisp, like except outside of where I have to except outside of where I have to use it. But I think if I had to pick a third, I mean not a third, fifth. I cannot count. I don't know how numbers work. I've been looking at numbers and rebels for we're Jesus 5 hours. Okay, yeah, I forget how numbers work, but I think after this, honestly, I'm kind of a fan of what is it? Chicken? Like chicken scheme. These are kind of nice. These are kind of nice. Owl Lisp. Wait. Owl Lisp. And then we can, yeah, yeah. So we have two number ones actually. We have two number ones, I guess. Yeah. This is the like, uh, yeah. This is the approved order. Is Haskell January over? Today I wrote more Haskell than I have in my entire life, but I've written Haskell before, so it just sounds better than it actually is. It is kind of over. It is over. It is over, but we're kind of, I don't know. I'm still doing Haskell because I'm kind of stuck in the middle of writing something. Or I mean, Fennel is a toy language compared to Clojure spread. So I would say it's definitely a smaller language, right? But I would not say that it is necessarily a toy language. You can do some pretty interesting things in it, and there have been what is this guy called? This is Fennel closure. Can we pull this up? So you have kind of in the Fennel community, you kind of have this guy that's doing everything in the world, I guess. And one of them has been porting kind of like very useful standard like closure like functions and etc. into Fennel. And it's kind of sick. It low key works, which usually like I think whenever I think of these things, I think they will not work. But this is a very cool. Just I don't know. I've explored this a little bit. Have you actually tried it? I have not. No, I have not yet tried Owl Lisp. You know, we're saving that for the what is it, 24-hour Owl Lispathon or something. You know that is whenever that will happen. Maybe that would be very funny, as well. But I don't know. I don't. I feel like I'd go insane doing that, but um, it would also be funny. So I feel like I have to do it for the bit. You know, I feel like it would be a great bit. We even have Def Record Fennel. That's kind of new. Okay, sick. But yeah, I would say the thing about Fennel is if you look at their can we go to contributing? Can we go to um, do they have do they not have contributing on this page? Can we do Fennel values? Is this the guy we want to look for? Is this the guy that we want to look for as Fennel lang values? Values. Okay. Okay. I think this is the one. Yeah, the values of Fennel. So kind of that is part of their thing is making. I think it's kind of like a. This might be it. Do they talk about small here? Um, no. I think we need to look up Fennel contributing. You know, I was reading about this. I was kind of reading about this at some point. Fennel contributing. It contributes a licorice flavor to dishes. Okay, this is not what I needed. Lang. I always forget that you have to do these things. I forget that this is sort of like a thing you have to do. Um, I'm not gonna find it. I don't think. And I'm somewhat sleepy. As well. But from what I remember, they have a sort of like mention about like contributing where their primary value is keeping it like a very like keeping it like similar to Lua, where it's a very small language. You know, that's sort of the primary I think point of Fennel is to be a Lisp interface to interact with like Lua, um, which hence the smallness because Lua itself is quite a tiny little guy I think. There is this guy as well. I was looking at this. Hi, this is it. Yeah, this guy, the high programming language. They made these for Python too. You know, you, this image looks like I don't know. I quite like this image. I like this one up here because like it's you know Karen Rustard's Cuddles. I guess is the name of the image. But like I like it because it's quite cute. You know. But the one at the bottom is funny because it's a cowboy on a fucking like um, cuttlefish. I'm not really sure what the cuttlefish thing is about, but yeah, I want to mess with this guy some. I have to figure out like a thing to do with Python though. I don't really ever I've never really used Python, but apparently Vampire the Masquerade it's blood like the it has a Python like you can launch a Python interpreter from the game because like that's sort of a lot of it's written in Python like the logic and stuff. So this would be a fun way to like start this. Okay, this was yeah okay I am going to I'm going to send us off. To where I'm not quite sure. But we will find a way. I don't know. Maybe we can go to here. Maybe we can go to um, maybe we can go to uh, dumb muffs, perhaps. This is a I have I have been meaning to catch the stream. You know, this has been in my I gotta catch this kind of thing because I want to check it out. So I think we might go here because I want to watch the stream. You know, while I play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines for 3 hours. But yeah, thank you for hanging out, everybody. We are going to start this. I don't know, just get over there and say bug. You know, this is kind of the case. This is kind of the case. Did it actually did it activate stream mode or did it activate like go over mode? I think so, but yeah, no. Are we are we broken? Are we broken? Uh, hold on. I think it broke. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. All right. Bye, everyone. I don't know why it took so long for that to work, but yes. Bye. Thank you for hanging out. Bye.